Okay, I know I have more than 3 segments I was going to do this stream. Music will be stopping when I actually start recording shit. But current stream rate is 6,000 KB. I don't know, man. I fucking don't know. I got that friend coming on. I'm still on the starting soon screen. Why is chat not showing up on stream? Like, seriously. Why isn't there like a button to just refresh? Surprise, motherfuckers. Okay, I got a friend joining me, top of the stream or top of the hour to talk about some experiences they've had. I won't get into it for them, but be aware it's a heavy trigger warning. Oh god, I still need to get used to Vinyan's tracking. Start there. Okay, reset to that. Okay, that's a lot better. At least I think so. But is it just me, or do I have resting bitch face? I'm okay with that, though. Okay, it's really frustrating that chat's not showing up on screen. Like, everything's working right. Broadcast completed. Wait, why isn't it showing new shit? Like, I'm literally seeing new shit in my chat. Settings. This is also part of why I started early. I mean, I should have looked into it before I started streaming, but here we are. Platforms? No. We're not on Twitch, so I can't show your pronouns if you use that, Alejo.io. I hope I pronounced that right. Shit. Overlay. Message timeout is fine. It's just... Your chat settings have been sent to any open chat connections. Wait, is it there? No, it's not. I feel like I'm being lied to. Like, I can see in my streamer.bot the, I can see the chat from last stream. But why is it not letting me select? My goddamn broadcasts. Oh, right. I should make a Discord ping. But still, what the fuck was I going to talk about? I was going to talk about Gura. I was going to talk about GamerSSupps. I was going to talk with my friend. I'm going to do Cupid's Arrow, which is going to be a new segment going forward. And I don't fucking remember. Come on, I know it's in this chat somewhere. Just where did I... There. Okay. Oh, right. Canadian politics in general. I didn't write anything down for that. New model? It's the same model. I just altered around the clothing. Also, why is chat working now? I didn't change anything. Hey, y'all. I'm just glad you're showing up. Actually, I should go close my bedroom door. Be right back. Oh shit, I didn't mute. Sorry. The cable goes on my left ear. I think. I'm not double checking. I'm so lazy. I'm so tired. I woke up an hour ago. Well, I woke up an hour and a half ago, and then my wife was like, hey, you want a cat? And then I woke up a half hour ago. Or no, an hour ago. I slept for another half hour with no alarm. That was like super dangerous. But hey, here we are. Not going to spend a full hour shooting the shit. Guess it's just one of those days. Yeah. Wait, I shouldn't be watching on my second screen for chat. I should be looking at, you know, my studio mode. Still big sleepy, but we're going to get through this. I'm pretty sure the GamerSSupps one's going to take like the longest, if I had to guess. And then friend talking will be the second longest. They might be in competition. A length competition. Yeah, I don't know what OBS's problem is. They just like to I can't change my bitrate after I've already gone live, right? Stream output. Oh, I can. Okay. That should make things better for your guys' end. Nice to see we back on politics train. Yeah, I was just kind of... I was just kind of in a rut kind of thing. Not entirely sure what I wanted to talk about. This stuff I kind of want to cover. So politics, huh? Yeah, we're back in politics grind. It's kind of getting a little more important. More and more. By the way, look, this is my regular bodysuit that I like to wear. It's just added pink lines, or that I used to wear. And I just threw on the hoodie that is like in the starting soon screen. Like I'd really like that I can change these outfits easily. It's just hard for VRChat because every outfit essentially has to be its own model, even if I'm making toggles for my model. I basically have to make like a Nike mod, and then, you know, put clothes, or make a naked model, and then make a invisible skin model for the clothes to be exported, and then turn that into blend shapes or whatever, and then just hide those through VRChat. I typically use VRC Fury. It makes life so much easier. But it's essentially two models stacked on top of each other. Like two VRMs. But I mean, it works. It just doesn't get as optimized as I would like. And I'm not even looking for like a million clothing toggles. I'm looking for like... I would just love to have 2 jackets. Hey, Nessie. How you doing? No VRChat this stream, by the way, because I forgot to charge my slimes. I was having way too much fun with them. You okay? I'm okay. I'm just sleepy. Oh my god, I am... like, there's a part of me that does absolutely want to do full body this stream. However, I'm pretty sure all my trackers are like less than 0.5%. So it could potentially last, but I also don't want to deal with them dying on stream. That, and my model is not fully set up. Like, the model you're looking at right now is my most current edition, where I've actually taken the time to get my arm and leg proportions as close as I can. But now there's one last thing I must do for body proportions. It's the torso. I feel you. It's like 2:40 a.m. right now, so sleepy. Oh, shit. You're up late, dude. If you need to go bed, you go bed. All these segments, it's just like my old politics content. It's just going to come out as videos. Though I don't think I'm going to go back to doing that one video a day thing. That grind too hard. Let's see. I'm thinking I'm thinking 2 segments a week. So that way I don't have to constantly talk about politics, and I can still have regular videos coming out while I'm still working on like my video essays, all that fun stuff. Just got back from Changsha and was up anyways. Oh, fair. Oh yeah, I forgot you were in China. Man, you move all over the place. Don't go to the States. Well, thanks for stopping by, Nessie. You go have fun. Just got to the zoo. But you were already in my chat. You were like one of the first people to chat this stream. But that was before I actually started streaming. Get it? Cause my stream's a zoo. Haha. Haha. People love self-deprecating humor. Y'all like me now, right? Yeah, Al, it's actually been kind of a while since you've been able to join our chats. It's also been like 3 weeks since I streamed. So, that is definitely a thing. Let's see, we got another 20-ish minutes, just under, before we actually start the stream. So, I don't know. How's your week's been? Sniping Pokemon on Discord doesn't count? No, you're still interacting with the community. I meant like with the chats. It just hasn't lined up. But yeah, you're still interacting with the community, Al. Don't worry. Okay, we're just confirming some logistics. Hey, Sushi, how you doing? I'm kind of thinking if I did actually start an hour early, I probably would have done the Canadian politics segment first. Am I under the chat? Yeah, I'm under the chat. I think I'm going to sit right about here when Bunnies comes on. Or do I want to sit over here? Being right is usually fitting for me, just not politically. I think I have notifications turned off. Oh my god, this video essay I'm working on for VRChat public lobbies. Holy shit, it's going to be such a banger. But I need one final thing before I can fully finalize my script and start recording. And I know I said I would put it out in April, but I kind of lost some time due to dental pain. Don't worry about it. You pee? That's good. You're supposed to. Also, just in case anybody's wondering, I am not going to be talking about the Cinder shit. That is full-on drama, and I don't cover drama anymore. I just cover politics. If there's something political I can say with drama, I will use that vehicle. But the focus is politics. And I don't know what I can really say about the Cinder shit besides, like, I don't like that there's a lot of female VTubers that are saying, like, this is super common, like, every woman does this. And it's like, get better friends. Because, like, the people that have done backstabbing to me, they kind of gave signs. Just take your time with it. Can't wait for the VODs. Wait, the VODs? The VODs are always live, dude. Do you mean the vids? Just take your time with it? Well, yeah. I've been working on this for like 2 months already. Just the goddamn scripting and doing some exploration in Publix. I kind of feel like I need more backroll footage. The new one about VRChat, I mean. Wait, the VODs. Yeah, I hate putting it in a way that makes it seem like it's a vid. Yeah, I hate putting it in a way that makes it seem like it's a woman thing. That what you mean? Yeah, I don't think it's actually that widespread kind of thing. I gotta keep an eye on Discord. Just in case Bunnies wants to, you know, start the call and I'm not paying attention to it. I'm too busy yapping with you guys. I don't lean as much as I'd like to. Oh my god. I don't know if you guys know how limiting it feels to just have, like, head and eye tracking. Like, yes, the face looks so much better than VRChat, but I feel so stiff and limited. This is why I need face tracking and hand tracking for... Okay, VNeon doesn't have it. And hand tracking for my VR. Then I will be very happy. But as it stands, just having the full body tracking, holy shit, it makes me so happy to have. I guarantee next stream, we're going back to VRChat. We're seeing what's what. I will make sure to fully charge my body trackers the day before stream, like, so that Friday. But if I'm using them that Friday, wait. No, next stream might also be a Sunday stream. Because I'm going to be doing an experiment in VRChat. And that experiment will also probably be its own video. I just hope my parents don't watch it. Because then coffee talk with the parents is going to be a little more awkward. I kid, honestly. I have a pretty good relationship with my parents. I don't know if any of you guys saw my first video essay I ever did. It's literally the first video on this channel, back when I was a flesh tuber, talking about my experiences as a non-binary person. Honestly, I think it was cringe, kind of. Like, what I said was good, but I don't think the presentation was all that good. I could probably... Okay, I think I'm hitting a delay too long. Wait. Oh, what did you say there? That things that all women do never seem to include that Nice old lady who makes tea for you for some reason. Yeah, bro, seriously, it's like the high school drama bullshit is younger VTubers. Like, I interact with a lot of VTubers that are over 30 and do not get that shit. Okay, still like 10 minutes. Waiting on buns. Why doesn't it properly show the emotes? This is why I need a dedicated website and chat window, chat box, and then have like a specific program for my chat so that we can have our custom emotes and actually have them appear on stream. And it's funny that it shows YouTube where all the comments are coming from YouTube. Yeah, no shit. The only stream is on YouTube. All right. Speaking of other channels, there is the possibility of me doing a charity stream in June. First things first, I got to get my avatar to be body proportioned correctly. And then after that, I will want to set up LIV so that I can use this avatar for Beat Saber. And then we would do like a charity streamathon for over on Twitch because there's no fucking way I'm risking Beat Saber on YouTube. But like, yeah, I kind of want to have some kind of thing I can lean into for charity streams. I just realized, wow, I'm so far away from chat. Don't feel bad. I just didn't realize. VTubing at the nursing home will heal the community. Trust. I trust that. I believe it. Well, over 30 is another deal. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, it does not have my head tracking very nice. It's like I'm going down to the shoulder, like this far, but it delays the head movement. So like as I'm moving too quickly, my head just kind of stays in the same spot and slightly shifts. It's annoying. Part of why I like VRChat more for, you know, expressing myself. Okay, let's see. Right, if I forget, you guys remind me to talk about Canadian politics. Because, like, I don't have a window open for... Wait, I should. Yes, okay. Cool. I do have something I can quickly go over. What? Liberals? You fucks? Where's your website? Yeah, no, that's the website. It's fucking down. You fuckers. On the day of my stream. And like, it's not just some random punk website. It's their official fucking politics website where you got like the team, about them. Where's their... Canada First for a Change. Yeah, shut up, please. I don't like that the NDP website opens up with, you should send us money. As like a little pop-up on top of shit. Like, What's the commitments you got? I'm just trying to pull up, like, their policies and shit. Oh, this page is longer than I thought. Okay, so Canadian politics might be a hot minute. Fuck, these guys are cool. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. I don't know when. We will. Sooner or later. Wait, do I have Fugi set up? What? What, Len? What? What's wrong? What did I do? I think it's fitting. I probably won't do it for, like, the video release, but I mean, clickbaiting the stream title. What do you expect? Also, hey Len, how you doing? Yeah, I'm also going to be talking about Gura. Oh, yeah, I've heard there's a silly little boss at the end. It should have been. I kind of wish the final boss of Wolfenstein was like lore accurate to the character. So you just right before you get to the front door, you hear a gunshot, and then you open, and then he's just lying there. I think that would have been funny. It wouldn't be satisfying for a video game ending, but it would be very fucking funny to me. Oh, right, shit. I was gonna do a thing. Content. Copy. Not copy text, copy link. At content ping. Stream started. Ah! Okay, let's see. I mean, Wolfenstein making them win as alternative universe makes it much more interesting, but hey, it's also time to correct history. Yeah, that's fair, actually. Because it is cool when they do, like, what if this happened in history instead of the other thing? But also, you know, fuck Nazis. They don't deserve peace or happiness. I know there are a lot of VTubers out there that are like, I don't want to take such a harsh political stance because I don't want to alienate my audience. And I'm like, I don't got an audience full of Nazis. Fuck Nazis. We also got Sniper Elite for that. Oh my god, shooting people through the dick was so fun in that. I didn't even know that was a thing, and I accidentally missed my shot, sort of. But then it zoomed in on the testes, and it was like, ball busting. Hey, Len. Bustin' makes me feel good. God, I hear ball bustin' or ball buster, and I think of God Hand. Don't act like you don't like the ball buster. Combat Arms actually has nutshot kills, if you recall correctly. I don't think I know that one. I should actually pull up Fugi. Reactive Fugi. Just so I don't have to limit them with the group one. Discord VTuber PNG group. I'm just fucking make a new one. Browser source. Guest PNG. Oh yeah, you guys shouldn't see that. Let's go. You know what? I'm gonna leave it 800 by 600. Where do we want it? Over here? Should I put it below? I'll be like right over here. I'm actually not sure how if Buns wants to. You mean the CS clone, right? I have no idea. Last time I played Counter-Strike was in high school. I'm gonna be real. As you know, I'm one of the I'm last of the real ones. That's why you guys tune into my streams. Okay. Oh yeah, fun fact. The VTuber coming on stream in a little bit. They're dealing with their baby, but when the one that is coming on stream, I am. Why can't I be the model aunt? I'm the model mama for them. Cause like, God, how long ago was that? It was, well over a year, maybe 2 years ago. I hosted a Vroid raffle, and this person actually won it. So you might see the model that I made for her, but I have no idea. I should probably hide this since it's not being in use right now. Personally, I'd suggest anyone to keep playing old CS over CS2. Yeah, I'm willing to bet old CS was the one I played because our school made us take apart entire old computers and then put them back together and then install Counter-Strike on it to make sure the computers worked. And then we did that, and then after school, we just, or like class ended, it was the end of the day, so we just kind of stayed there, or at least me and my friends did, playing Counter-Strike in the back of the room while anime clubs started putting on their stuff. But then we had to leave when they were like, hey, what anime do you guys want to watch? And I was in the back, Bible Black. So yeah, they didn't appreciate my suggestion. Okay, then it was CS 1.6 that I played. Or whatever, it was like, it was definitely pre-Vista. It might have been Windows XP. I think it was Windows XP. But it's also been like over 10 years since I did that, so. What? That is totally fair. Yeah, it's not for everyone. There's a lot of wacky stuff in there. Oh, like my wife actually legit closed the bedroom door. I had it mostly closed because cats like to claw and come and go as they please. Well, one of them likes to sit on my bed usually. Gotham. Good lord. Why? It Pinion is fine when like I'm staying in the center, but if I move out too far. Shadow Assassin's Creed Shadows made a video tearing into Bible Black that was pretty fun. Neat. Oh god. I haven't watched the full English dub, but I have seen clips on cultured image boards, and like that voice acting is so bad. But I mean, gets the job done. And let's be real, nobody's expecting top tier uh acting, voice acting, all that stuff for porn. It's got to look good. Checking my DMs. I think it was the one on the far left, Len. But again, it's been forever. Like, oh my god. I was supposed to graduate in 2009, just to give you a Okay. Then yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one, but I don't honestly remember seeing an actual disc of it. It was like 2007, but we were building old computers cuz they didn't trust a bunch of teenagers with brand new computers, taking them apart, putting them together. I'm waiting on a different friend to get ready and hop on stream. Cause yeah, we're gonna have a very serious topic, discussion, conversation, um, with some fucked up shit. That'll be a fun way to start. It's also been a hot minute since I talked to Buns. Yeah, we're doing the friend convo first because they said they wanted to do it around 11 or no, noon, my time, our time. And then once that's over, it'll be hopping on to the regular stuff. I wouldn't screen share right now if you're streaming, especially with the stream title. Huh? Yeah, I like to mess with my Pokemon too. Oh, okay, here we go. I should. I wish my calls could. Or the calling made noise. Okay, here we go.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Briley. How have you
Our
been?
bunnies. It has been rocky, to say the least, but nowhere compared to what we've talked about previously. Why is my.
Yeah. What?
Why isn't it showing. Huh. Like, it's not showing your Fugi.
Technology eludes me.
It's not giving me an individual link for your Fugi, so I do have to rely on the.
Well, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, I don't know why. Fuck.
I don't know either. It wouldn't be a
Okay, so
stream without scuff.
absolutely. And oh, okay, your Fugi is still your old model.
Yeah, it's a combination of the two. When I talk, it becomes the new model, and when I'm silent, it's the old model.
It's just It's staying on the same on mine for whatever reason.
Oh, well, that's weird. It's
Yeah,
okay. Fuck it all.
it's all good.
I'm just loading up my medicine for the morning
Totally fair.
as we talk about some heavy topics here.
Yeah, it. I gave my chat a little warning that it's going to be trigger warning kind of thing, but I didn't go into any details. I was going to wait for
Yeah,
you to do that. So
it's very heavy topic.
yeah, I don't entirely remember entirely what's covered. So I was gonna let you take the floor with that one. But before
Okay.
you do start jumping into that, you should probably say hi, introduce yourself to the people that don't recognize you. Can't hear much
Hi
either.
everybody. I am 10 Dead Bunnies. I'm a trans VTuber. I former soldier. Fucking that's basically it. I have kids and a wife. I'm just normal people's. I do gaming content on Twitch. Well, I haven't for the past several months, but we're gonna get into that.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that break.
Well, it was also just a smart move legally at the time.
Yeah. And chat will definitely understand as we get into it.
Yeah. So, I guess I should start at like the very beginning of everything, I guess.
I think that would be a pretty good place to start, yeah.
All right. Well, it starts about 2017 when my older brother, uh this is back before any of my family knew that I was trans. I hadn't come out to them yet. And my older brother, who we'll call Doofus, Bingus, you know.
Bingus or Doofus? I'm taking notes.
Yeah, Bingus over there.
Okay, Bingus.
Uh, he had met a woman and they had a child, right? And this kid came over, my niece, she came over to our house to hang out with my daughter for like a day. And we observed some very concerning and troubling behavior from her, some very inappropriate behavior. So we ended up banning her from the house after that. After she had left, my daughter came to me and told me about an incident that her cousin had told her about, where a neighbor boy had assaulted her, like in a grapey fashion, trying to
Ah.
use appropriate words so that you don't get super demonetized.
Oh, sweetheart, I don't even get paid for the ads already, so say what you want.
Oh,
And
oh yeah,
personally, I would
okay.
rather we just be upfront and be like, this person was rapey, trying to be a
Well,
rapist. Just
yes, it
point it.
was another neighbor boy around her same age. These are small children we're talking about.
Yeah, so it's not like
And
full on,
he
let's
had
condemn
he
them
well,
forever. It's just, let's try to
yeah,
teach them better.
he had done some extremely inappropriate things with her and had sexually assaulted and raped her apparently, and she had told my daughter about it. So my wife and I decided we needed to call my brother, Bingus, and ask him what was going on and tell him what she had told us. We told him that he probably needed to call the cops and things like that, and at least get the kid into some therapy or something, get his kid into some therapy, X, Y, and Z, the whole 9 yards, trying to be a good relative to the child.
Yeah.
But my Bingus and his baby mama decided that they weren't going to because the neighbor boy's father was very good friends of the family, and they told us to mind our own business. So my wife and I filed a report with Child Protective Services that turned out that everything that she had told us was true, and this caused a rift between me and my brother Bingus because he thought that I had scorned his side of the family somehow by doing this. And ever since then, they've kind of hated us with an unending passion. And then After that divide opened up, he apparently got really heavy into like Donald Trump and like MAGA sphere stuff.
Of
So i-
course.
in 2020, about 3 years later, when he heard that I was trans from our mother, he decided that there would be no further contact between us, like our children or anything, outside of them visiting, because my daughters and his children like to go over to their grandmother's house and visit each other during the summer.
Makes sense.
And I don't really like having other people's kids at my house to begin with, so I don't usually entertain at all. Like I all of anybody who knows me in real life will tell you that I am a little shut-in trans girl who stays in her house and does nothing but game and hang out with her kids. That's all I do. And yeah, after that the divide opened up quite a bit to the point where we had no contact outside the children meeting at their grandmother's house until last year in the summer. uh, their side of the family, Bingus, reached out to my wife and began asking if their children could come stay for like a week as a sleepover to try to build back familial bonds and like deepen the connection between the cousins and stuff. And my daughter really wanted her to come and visit. So after like months and months of telling them, no, no, I don't want these people coming to visit. I don't trust anything that any of them say. I finally gave in and was like, fine, we'll have a sleepover over the summer. And so last year in the summer, uh, I don't remember the exact date, but they came over to visit us and hang out for the week. It ended up being 2 weeks because Bingus's baby mama got into a car accident when they
Oh
were supposed to
no.
come and pick up the children. And my wife was kind enough to go and pick them up from Vegas and drive them home, but it extended the stay. And the entire time, nothing crazy happens. No, no nonsense. We just have a good time. The kids hang out. All the normal shit kids do at sleepovers. Fast forward a few months later, and I have received word from my mother that my nieces and my brother are accusing me of grooming them for the past like 8 years, saying that they have been coming over to my house all the time, that they've been coming over in secret, that my mother has been dropping them off like every time they go over to her house, they're secretly coming to my house, and that they're seeking litigation against me for inappropriate sexual misconduct with a minor, and that they're filing a restraining order against me and stuff. Um, I obviously didn't do it. I didn't do any of it. My wife was there the whole time, along with my eldest daughter, who, like, they literally, when they come over to visit it, they slept in the same bed together, like my eldest daughter and my niece. And it spiraled out of control to the point where I got arrested without a warrant and dragged out of my house in front of my children, uh, and taken to jail for 6 weeks,
They
all
held
without
you
a
in
warrant.
jail for 6 weeks without even the warrant? What the hell?
Yep, they held me in jail for 6 weeks. And during that time, they bypassed the supplementary hearing where I would have gotten to go and like defend myself in front of a judge before the charges had escalated or anything. They bypassed that by seeking a grand jury indictment where they only show uh, a preliminary narrative and whatever the cops say happened to a panel of three judges. And then they decide if they want to move it forward to actually charging you.
What the fuck? It sounds like they're
Hmm.
treating it like guilty before innocent. guilty until proven
They
innocent.
they did, in fact, treat it that way because the cop straight told me that, like the detective in charge of the case told me he thought I was guilty before I'd even answered a single question.
Oh,
He,
that doesn't show any biases on the part of law enforcement.
oh, it gets better. So
Oh, I recall.
I I spent 6 weeks in a men's jail cell, and you've seen my Twitter, Briley. You know what I
I
look
have
like.
definitely seen your Twitter, and putting a
You
trans
know.
woman, especially one that looks like you, is just putting you into a place where you could be badly harmed.
Oh, there were several days where I had to spend 23 hours in a cell by myself because someone else had made the guards uncomfortable by staring at me too long and making like gestures and saying, yeah, there was quite a few times where I just ended up getting put into solitary for my own safety.
Oh my god. This is why I
Hmm.
hate the right, the Republicans.
But
Like, this is the
thankfully,
shit they want to happen. It's fucked up.
yeah, and that's why we're talking about it because I need people to know that this isn't a hypothetical anymore. It's a real thing. Like, if someone in your family doesn't like that you're trans, they can just say that you did things that you didn't do and get you arrested and thrown in jail for weeks on end, if not months. Because the only reason I wasn't currently in jail the last 6 months is because my friend Zoggy, who was there, like, because when they came over and spent the night for those 2 weeks, I didn't just stop, like, streaming and playing games with my friends and stuff. Like Zoggy and I would sit until like 3 or 4 in the morning playing Baldur's Gate 3 on Discord and shit. Uh, and so he was, for all intents and purposes, he was basically in the room with me the entire fucking time, just on a headset while I was talking to him and playing the game and stuff. That's why he literally jumped up and was the first person to be like, "No, I know that this didn't happen. We're gonna make sure that this doesn't fucking take your life away." And he ended up putting up $35,000 in bond for me to get out of jail after 6 weeks
Wow.
because, yeah,
Go
because
Zoggy.
he straight up he's a hero. He's an amazing person. Just like my I got assigned one of the best lawyers in all of Arizona, because that's another piece of context for all of this. This is all going down in a deep red district in Arizona. Like
Oh,
we are the deepest red of Arizona, and it is a terrible reminder of how badly things can get with fucking negative rhetoric being passed around.
yep.
Because I made it I had the best lawyer that anybody in the state of Arizona could have. I'm gonna call him Paul. And Paul was amazing and kept up on my case the entire time. So I get out of jail and spend the next 30 days hanging out with my family, relaxing, enjoying the small amount of freedom I'm getting at the moment because, I can't leave the state of Arizona. I'm told to stay in contact with my lawyer, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And 30 days after I made bond, Child Protective Services worker shows up because after the arrest, they immediately initiated a case from Child Protective Services against my family, which they found absolutely nothing through because they had been talking to my wife and children the whole time, and they told them every single time the exact same thing. That never happened. None of it happened. I don't know where you're getting this from. Please stop. And well, after that 30 days had lapsed, my our CPS worker came to the door and was getting ready to close out the investigation into us, like fully close it and say absolutely nothing had occurred. Well, 2 days later, at the behest of the police department in my town, not the judge, not anybody in charge of any of the investigation of the case anymore, the police department told CPS that they needed to come to my home and remove my children and my wife from my home and get us to sign a release stating that they would no longer live with me for the duration of the trial until things had been cleared up. And after contacting my lawyer, we found out that this was not something we were required to do. The judge had not ordered any kind of special conditions on my release. I was allowed to go home and stay with my family as much as I wanted.
Yeah,
And
as
this
long as
was
you
just,
didn't try to flee the state
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah. And this was another tactic by the state to try to bully my family into being away from me,
Yeah,
is
bully
what
your
my,
family into dropping contact with you and pushing you into further isolation. These
mm-hmm.
people, the cruelty is the point.
That's what my lawyer told me. He said, "You've already taken one of their big chips away from them. You're not in county jail anymore. They can't like bargain your freedom with you." So what they're going to try to do is create a wedge between you and your family and then try to get your wife to flip on you. They're going to try to make it to where they become witnesses for the state, which, didn't happen because my wife and I are still very much together. And my children are still here,
Good, good.
but it's just another little stick on my back of things that they did to try to pressure us. Mm, Thankfully, after a week of their nonsense and us standing our ground, and our actual caseworker, the one who was working with my wife, pleading on our behalf to their superiors because they were literally going to close the case like the 2 days prior, and then because I was out of fucking on bond, the police station was trying to force them to continue to harass us, and they basically got told that you can't supersede the order of a judge and neither can the cops. So you can go ahead and try, but when we get to court, you're going to be found guilty of just like straight up kidnapping children. Because that's what this is. You don't have any legal authority to be coming in here trying to remove these children from the home. And that's what you're doing right now. You're attempting to force my wife and children to leave my home for God knows how long this thing's going to take, and force us to be separated so that you can try to isolate them and isolate me and cause us more hardship. So while this is all going on, in the backdrop, the state is contacting my lawyer and talking about a plea agreement because they want to try to settle it through a plea agreement instead of a trial, because that's always what the state wants to do. They don't want to actually go to trial most cases, because
Because
if
then
they
they
went to
have to do
trial
their
on,
job.
well, that, and if they went to trial on every case, the courts would grind to a standstill.
Yeah.
It would take years to get through the backlog that they have. And we stood firm on the fact that I had done nothing wrong and told them if they wanted a deal, the only deal we were willing to make was 0 jail time and 0 sexually related offenses. Like, you're not going to sit here and call me a predator and call me a pedophile. That's not happening. I didn't do anything like that. I haven't ever done anything like that, and I'm not going to have you sit here and slander me in court to fucking get a case.
Yeah, no shit.
And they kept doing things like trying to strong arm us by saying there were deadlines on the talks and we were going to stop having that option. And then we go to the final pretrial conference, right? Because there's a series of conferences and meetings that take place before you get to the actual trial so that you can select your jury and things like that. And we get there, and the state blindsides my lawyer and I, saying that they thought we were still in communication about a deal and that we were close to reaching a deal, when my lawyer and I were tracking that in like 10 days we were going to trial. Mind you, we had been gathering up a whole bunch of evidence that would have completely just destroyed them in court had they shown up, because they they said things like that I had forced them to give me oral, and a lot of people don't know this, but I have a singular tattoo on my body, just one, and it is right above my crotch. It's basically a womb tattoo.
Okay. So
And
the only way they could prove that would happen was if the kids could just like describe the tattoo.
yeah, well, they couldn't even describe me at all. Like the description they gave in the interviews, because as a part of Discovery, we got to see all of their interviews and stuff and pick them apart.
Okay, that's good
And
at least.
there were several instances that my lawyer pointed out where uh like one of the children literally said daughter instead of niece, like she had been scripted and had been talked to by her parents on what to say. And then another time they talked about, I'm supposed to remember a few things and tell them to you. Like, what do you mean you're supposed to remember? If this happened to you, that means that you would remember it, not that you're supposed to remember it.
Yeah, that's
Anyways, that's off the topic though. Anyways, we get to that point, and at this point, the lawyer from the state is trying to strong arm us into taking deals that she wants, and we continue to stand our ground on exactly what we said. Fucking non-violent, non-sexual offense, no jail time. Literally, like 4 days before we're supposed to go to trial, the state's attorney uh, gets in contact with my lawyer and says, we're willing to drop the charges down to 2 counts of aggravated assault with stipulated probation, non-sexual, non-violent crime. So the crime they came up with was basically that me being trans around my nieces was grooming them.
which constitutes aggravated assault. What the fuck is wrong with
Yes,
these people?
yes. And my lawyer advised me that we should take the deal based solely on the circumstances of where we were in the country, because where I live, like I said, is an extremely deep red district. Like you can't throw a rock without hitting a red hat. You
Uh,
just can't. And because of that, the chances of us getting an unbiased jury pool was astronomical. Like, even thinking we'd get one LGBT friendly person on the jury would have been a miracle. And on top of all that, right after we accepted the deal, because like I said, my lawyer told me this is the best deal anyone's ever gotten that I've seen out of the state. I don't know what's going on, but we should take this. Because even he was worried. He's like, even with all the evidence we have that you didn't do it, because I had video recordings of them being there, of like the nights in question, all sorts of shit.
like nanny cam
But
stuff?
yeah, but it
Oh,
wasn't a
perfect.
constant. It wasn't a constant feed though.
Oh, shit.
They're literal baby cameras that are trained to movement. So they turn on and start recording whenever there's movement throughout the house. And he was concerned that the prosecution would have said, well, all those times where it's not active, that could have been when all this happened. And it's like, oh yeah, that's convenient that the only movement that it didn't pick up would have been the stuff that you guys would have wanted to see. Like, I don't understand the logic, but
Yeah, it would have been easier for them to say, "Oh, you just deleted those files."
hmm
But then like you could actually dive into the electronics and recover stuff that has been deleted. That's very
yeah,
possible to
but
do.
even then they could have argued that because the cameras were in fact like baby cameras and they only record like movement and stuff, that it just could have missed the movement. It just didn't see that particular frame or whatever. and so it didn't activate the recording feature. But anyways,
They're
uh,
dumb.
back to what happened. We go to do the settlement conference for the fucking deal. And as soon as the judge accepted and entered the deal, the state prosecutor, because he asked her, "Why are you accepting the deal? Why is the state so?" Because even he was like, "This is a ridiculously nice deal. There's no fine, no restitution, no fucking jail time, like no sex offender registry at all, like because the initial charges were this, and now we're down to aggravated assault." And the prosecutor looks up and says that they haven't been in contact with the accusers for over 5 months. They haven't been able to get them on the phone, haven't been able to do a Zoom call, haven't been able to see them in person to actually take their direct testimony and to prep for the trial at all. And on account of this, they feel that the accusers have backed out of the allegations and would not make it to trial.
Like
So,
the Bingus, they didn't
yeah,
have
Bingus.
He
Yeah, they didn't have
stopped
contact with
contacting them
Bingus.
for 5 months. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my god.
They stopped contacting them for 5 whole months after I think it was I had a reconsideration of release conditions hearing because my initial bond was $75,000, which is too
Jesus.
much for anybody.
What the fuck?
And at the hearing for that, they were on a Zoom call, specifically Bingus's baby mama, the mother of the accusers. And when asked to make a statement, she literally in a court of justice, like a court of law, said, "I want them to live in fear and terror." Like the judge even had to admonish her openly in court and be like, "This is a court of law. We are going to strike what you said from uh like records for the jury in the future, but uh we're just going to note that you would like to see justice be done." She basically gave away the whole game right there, that it was just a
Just
bigotry and a family feud. Like, you're mad because I called the fucking CPS workers because your kid was being sexually assaulted, and you came up with this fucking nonsense to come after me.
how dare you try to protect my child? I'm gonna slander
Mm-hmm.
you in the worst way possible.
Oh, it
Jesus
it gets
Christ.
it gets worse, Briley. It gets
Oh,
worse.
why
All
am I
right,
surprised?
it gets worse. So it has a Jerry Springer twist to it.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Jerry,
Yeah,
Jerry.
yeah, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
I know
Fucking
what you're
that.
talking
Oh
about.
yeah. There's some people in the chat might not know, but don't worry, chat.
You'll find
You'll
out.
get it in a minute. So come to find out, I start talking to my mother and my sister, and they start talking to my wife as all of this is going down. And come to find out that last year, before any mention of the children coming over to my home and spending time and the whole familial bonding nonsense, um, my sister had come out and accused my Bingus on Father's Day of raping and assaulting her from the age of 4 until he met his current baby mother. And he walked up to my sister's husband and told him that yes, he did, and that our sister had been a willing participant in it and had come after him.
Jesus
So just
fuck.
the most fucked thing you could. It was, and he did this in front of an entire household of our family. Like, I wasn't there because I don't really go to those family functions. I usually stay with my kids at my house and do our own little function. And the whole rest of the family, because I have quite the large family. I've got my brother Bingus, I got a sister, and another brother. And then my younger brother, the one who isn't Bingus, lives with my mother, and my sister and her husband come over there all the time because we all live in the same area. They hang out a lot. They do things like play D&D and stuff and games and whatnot. And yeah, so that went down. And according to my mom and sister, they think all of this was just a cover to keep my sister from going to the police about Bingus because it would have seemed like it was just retaliation after the fact. And that they picked me because they've never liked me, and as a trans woman in a deep red district, all they had to do was tell the cops that I was trans and tell their kids to lie about it, and suddenly I'm being dragged out of my house.
Yeah, and unlawfully arrested.
Yeah, that was another issue that my lawyer was going to bring up, the fact that I was still in my house when they grabbed me and yanked me out into my yard without a warrant. It's like
Yeah.
you didn't even have a warrant to make that arrest. You were in the questioning phase, which was another issue with the investigation because there was no investigation. They got told what Bingus and his wife wanted them to hear, and then they immediately came over to my house and made an arrest. That was it. They didn't seek to go and talk to like my mother to confirm that the children had actually been being dropped off secretly or anything like that. Like they didn't talk to anyone else about it at all. There was zero investigation that actually occurred.
And it's so fucked up that there are people that will cheer this shit on because
Mm-hmm.
they hate trans people.
Yeah, it's that's why it's hard for me to talk about it. That's why I'm sitting here taking my meds while we talk about it. I'm kind of on my front porch just trying to stay calm, but
Yeah,
in the
do
end,
what you got to do.
yeah, I got 3 years probation, and I have to pay $85 a month for those 3 years to just be on probation.
For something you didn't even do.
Mm-hmm. And the judge even admitted while doing the sentencing, which is why my sentencing was so light, because the judge could have given me an additional year of jail time in the county jail as part of the probation. Like he could have just done that, apparently. They have the right to do that in Arizona, I guess. And he decided to use the 6 weeks I had already been in jail as time served on account of the fact, like, he straight told my lawyer and me in the state, like, it's rather unethical that you withheld the information about the accusers backing out from everyone here. You didn't tell anyone that that's what was going on because 5 months ago you could have told everyone you had lost contact with them and we would have moved on from there.
Yeah, no shit. It,
Instead,
it's
you
like their cruelty was
got
the
you
goddamn point.
you manipulated a guilty plea out of someone in exchange for their freedom. And on top of that, he acknowledged my lawyer's argument that being where we are and the current political climate and how people react to transgender people in general and the rhetoric surrounding transgender people right now in our district, in the county, it would have been almost impossible to have an unbiased jury. There would have been a majority of people who had the idea that if you are a transgender woman or man, you are instantly grooming any child you come into contact with.
Oh no, in these people's minds, only trans women exist. They don't think trans men exist.
Yeah, I know, I know.
It's
I actually
they're dumb.
saw something about that. Some city council up in like I think it's the northern part of Arizona was having a debate because a transgender man was using the women's room because here in Arizona you have to use the bathroom of your assigned gender at birth. And yeah,
Yeah,
the
like
women in the bathroom didn't really like having a 300-pound like gym bro walk up into their bathroom, but he was a trans man, so by law he's got to go
yeah,
into the women's room.
bro is just following the law.
Just doing what you told him. I don't know what you want. Like, but yeah, and so we're at this place now where even the judge didn't give me any like no restitution is what it's called, not recuperation, restitution. So Bingus and them get nothing. They got absolutely nothing out of all of this.
They get nothing, and you get a permanent mark on your record.
Well, that's the thing. We're looking for post-conviction relief.
Oh, okay.
Um, we're hopefully in the next week or two, I'm going to apply for a meeting with the governor, Katie Hobbs. She's been a pretty steadfast ally of the trans community in Arizona. It's kind of crazy that our governor is actually quite left-leaning and uh, an ally to the LGBT community.
Let's
So we're
go.
hoping to apply for a pardon through the governor's board of clemency and talk to her and bring the evidence and everything to her because I still have all the evidence that was put forth in discovery. I've saved it all to my computer.
Good,
And
good.
my lawyer, even though he's a public defense attorney, has already said you still have my email anytime you need to get a hold of me about the case in the future. Like, say you apply for post conviction relief or a pardon or something, I'd be more than happy to let you have the records and transcripts from the court, everything you might need, just for free. Here you go.
Oh, that lawyer's awesome.
He's amazing. He's quite amazing. He like we asked him basically the whole time like what do you think we should do, and he's like, in this circumstance I would stick to your guns and hold out and do what you got to do because they're just playing. He was right the whole time. He said they were playing legal chicken and they were going to keep trying to shop different offers at us and keep throwing them until we found one that we liked. And I was like, the only one I'm going to like is the one that right here, no sex offender, non-violent. I'm not some kind of criminal monster. I'm just a trans woman who happened to fucking fall for a stupid line from her brother Bingus. Just I want to fucking rebuild the family. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, like with these people, I swear to God, every accusation is just a confession. Like
It's
Bingus
just
calls you
projection.
uh Bingus calls you a predator while he's been doing it for the kid most of the kid's life.
Yeah, he's
No
been
wonder he
doing
went
it
to MAGA.
to our sister like the entire time. And
Wait, so your brother was assaulting your sister, not his daughter?
not his, well, I don't know if he was assaulting his daughter or not.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. In all likelihood, I wouldn't say that it's not a possibility that that's what was going down. And like that's what happened on Father's Day is my sister confronted Bingus about the fact that he had been doing that to her for most of her adult life and childhood, like in front of her husband and like an entire room of people, and he just went off about how like he victim blamed her. He basically said that it was her fault that she had come on to him at the age of 4 fucking years old.
How old was he at the time?
He's I think he was about 5 years older, maybe four, so 8 or 9.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and he just apparently kept doing it. None of us knew about this happening until last year when she came out about it, and I didn't know because apparently my mother and my sister had decided not to tell me and my wife about it because they didn't want to ruin the relationship between my children and their children. They still wanted them to be able to be friends, and they knew that if I knew that Bingus had done this, I would not allow my children around his children whatsoever. They wouldn't go over there. His children wouldn't come over to my house. Like there would have been zero contact from that moment forward.
Yeah,
And
understandably.
yeah, it it's just a fucking absolute mess. And thankfully we got through it. We're getting through it, I guess, is how I should put it. We're still making our way through, but we avoided because according to the original charges, they were seeking 50 years for the original charges. They were going to try to put me in
50? What
prison
the
for
fuck?
50 years off of somebody pointing a finger and saying, "You did this." And it was horrible. Like it was
Oh,
straight up
God, I am
horrible.
so glad you won that. Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Well, one it was kind of like a Pyrrhic victory, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? We
like
won, but we didn't win.
it's not a
It's
perfect victory, but you still
yeah.
pulled through.
Yeah. Instead of 50 years, it's 3 years of probation, and instead of what could have been a $150,000 fine, I get zero fine because I think the judge knew because he even said like once the plea is entered, I cannot refuse it unless there is a manifest injustice.
Manifest
And
injustice? What?
yes, I would have to be able to show that there was a manifest injustice in the plea deal itself, that I had been forced to take it instead of like I was being forced or coerced into take it, or my rights were being violated by the deal, something like that. And I think that's why you could see him when the prosecutor said that they had no contact and were not confident that they could gain a conviction because that was the only evidence they had was their testimony, period.
Oh my
And
God.
the the judge visibly like put his hand in his head and just was kind of like and I think that's why the sentencing was so very light, was because he realized what had happened. And apparently, them withholding that information is not a manifest injustice. It's not a violation of the law because they're not required to tell the defense whether or not they have contact with the witnesses. They just have to be able to tell them who could show up to trial. Not that they will, or that they've actually verified anything that they've said till this point, but just that they could be there. Like
That's so
technically,
fucked
I
up.
guess, yeah, I guess technically they could have put like Donald Trump down as he was going to be there, but if he didn't show up, oh well. Like he
Yeah,
could have he could have testified, but he didn't.
non-0% chance.
Yeah, that I wanted to come on today specifically for this reason to just get the story out there because I'm gonna continue my streams and stuff and continue trying to build and things, but
Hmm.
I didn't want people trying to say like I was hiding what had happened,
Oh, yeah. That absolutely makes
but
sense.
and I want people to be aware. Everyone always talks about it like it's a hypothetical. You know what I mean? Like when they start coming after us, when they start targeting trans people, when they start targeting the LGBT community. And I'm like, it's not a when, they are.
Yeah, they've
It's
been
happening.
doing this for years.
It's like it's happening. These are not anecdotes. This is literal shit that keeps on happening. So to any trans person watching or anybody who ends up watching, be careful who you come out to.
Yeah.
Be
Yeah,
careful,
especially
cause
in red states, right-leaning areas. Protect
and
yourself.
even
Survival
your
is how we
closest
win.
even your closest relatives, your brother, your fucking sister, your mother, your
Hmm.
father, they could all. You don't know how anybody actually works on the inside, and They can shock you and surprise you.
Yeah. Like,
And
as I was growing up with my brothers, my older brother was like the most liberal out of all of us, and
hmm
ironically enough, I was the one falling to the alt-right pipeline. But
oh
now here
goodness.
we are. When oh, don't worry, I got out of it.
I
Now,
I I figured. No, no, definitely. Alt-right trans girl makes sense.
at there are a lot of them. It's
I
weird.
know, I know. Blair,
But
Blair,
yeah,
Blair,
now
Blair,
I'm
Blair.
Blair. White? Blair White?
Blair White. Yeah, Blair White. That Blair.
I
Poor
didn't
hun.
know she was like explicitly alt-right. I knew she was very right-leaning.
She's very alt-right.
Oh, okay, that's more
I
disappointing.
well, you remember from my last interview with you, like my family growing up, my father was extremely like heavily like alt-right, extreme radical alt-right,
Mm,
like neo-Nazi nonsense alt-right, and I picked up on a lot of their dog whistles and what they like to, yeah. The
yeah.
she fits directly into that slot. Like if it was one of those little peg puzzles where you got like the star, the circle, the little arch and everything, she would be the little star that gets pushed into the little schmatzy slot.
Wouldn't it be like the little pink triangle?
Maybe. Be a little pink triangle.
Yeah,
Damn you, Blay. Damn you.
yeah. But yeah, when growing up, my older brother was more liberal. I was more right-leaning, and then as I grew up and came out, my older brother, has been shifting more to the right as I shift more to the
hmm
left. Yeah,
Uh,
but the rest of my family's cool. I'm lucky
yeah,
there, but
see,
you
that's
never
the same
know.
thing that happened for me. Oh, and that's the actual like story topper on the cake, right? Of this whole situation. So part of the sentencing is you can get letters of character like from people you know and give them to the judge to help sway their opinion of you. And my entire extended family ended up writing this shit. This poor judge probably had himself a whole book to read. And apparently part of that process is they have to show those letters of character to the accusers. And Bingus saw the letters from like my mother, my other brother, my sister, all of their friends, several of their teenage children coming to bat for me and be like, I've been around bunnies for years and never had any inclination of that kind of thing ever at all, ever.
God, I'm so
So
glad so many people were able to back you up there.
yeah, it was quite a bit, but because of that, Bingus decided to message my mother and basically tell her that I was an it, I wasn't a person anymore. All of us were scum, and that everything that had happened between him and our sister had messed him up, and that they were never going to be talking to them ever again, and basically just excommunicated themselves from the family.
Well, at least he did it himself.
Yeah, well, it was already happening. I had already
Yeah.
told my mother and everyone that if you want to stay in contact with them, you're not staying in contact with me.
Yeah, no,
Like
that's
that's
totally fair.
just how that's working. You're not allowed to talk to me and to them. And if I find out you are, we're never talking to you again.
Simple as. Like,
hmm
there's got to be some kind of re- uh shit, what's the word? I need more weed in my system.
Repercussion.
Repercussion, thank you. Yeah, there has to be some kind of repercussion for this kind of bullshit that they're just throwing out randomly, essentially.
Oh yeah, and it was like after we lined up all the timing because the whole thing that happened on Father's Day happened right before they started pestering my wife and I about wanting to have the kids come over for a sleepover.
So,
Like,
like, this gets, or the thing with Bengus gets outed, and then a few days later, they're like, hey, let's have our kids sleep over. What
yeah,
could
let's
go wrong
rebuild the
there?
family bond. And then they
And then
come
they just
over
go
for a
straight
couple
into
of
the false
weeks and
accusations.
yeah, just immediately. And the weirdest thing is like the children during their interviews, because I have the interviews. Like I've seen them. If you would like to see them, I could show you just as proof at some point so that people know that I'm not just making shit up.
Sure, I will go over that,
But
and I will not share them on your behalf either. I will
mhm,
be another voice that's like, yeah, I've seen them. I can confirm they're real.
it's like they're real. I've seen it. It's absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
um, they they talk about how they wanted, like they kept wanting to come over, and how I never wanted them around me because I'm usually gaming or taking care of my kids, and didn't want them there to begin with.
Fair.
Like
It is your house.
I didn't want you guys to come over anyways. Not gonna sugarcoat it for you, kid. And they were always trying to sit next to me and like do what I was doing or whatever, and I kept telling them to go away. And apparently that made them uncomfortable. And I'm like, what are you supposed to do? You have to teach the children to enforce boundaries. Like,
Yeah.
I told you to back off of me and you're not listening, so now you need to go away.
It, it's
It's,
simple as.
yeah. And then come to find out, one of the reasons why the state lost contact with them and couldn't set up any more meetings is because the ride that they had to meet up with the prosecutors and stuff was the friend, you remember Bingus's daughter was assaulted by the neighbor boy whose father was friends with Bingus.
Yeah.
Apparently that was their ride back and forth to these things. And they had a falling out of sorts. And after that they lost all contact with Bingus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just wow.
State pretty much said that they had backed out of the allegation, and they only shared that after the pen was put on paper. And since that doesn't count as a manifest injustice, I couldn't go back and be like, no, that I'm not pleading guilty, then we can go to trial, and or you guys can just dismiss it right here since you have nothing.
Yeah. Seriously.
Like,
What the fuck?
that was my major problem the whole time, is I'm sitting there like, you guys have had nothing this entire time. Absolutely nothing. No evidence at all whatsoever. And you've just been pushing this narrative the whole time with no evidence that anything of what you're saying is true. And it really like shocked me, the fact that the state was willing to bet on the fact that my area is full of a bunch of bigoted clowns. It's like, the fuck, bro. Like, I get that your understanding of the demographic in the area, I get you're very mindful of this, but to use it against someone like that, to bank your entire prosecution on the fact that the jurors, if they show up, will be bigoted against trans people more often than not, is insane. And it shocked me.
Yeah.
It,
It's very fucked up.
but do you have any questions, Briley? I feel like I've just been ranting. It hasn't been much of an interview. I've just been ranting like a dumb hoe.
Oh no, girl, you're fine. Like this segment is all about sharing your story. So what do I have to really input on? I tried to, but it's mostly about you sharing your story.
Well, that's the story. Now we're present day. My wife and I are just kind of hanging out, doing what we do, chilling with the kids. I'm gonna be getting back into streaming this week. I'm gonna start having a regular schedule and go back to what I was doing to try to make some extra money and have fun and build the whole little rabbit hole community. More bunnies, more bunnies.
Yeah, get back on that grind set.
Mm-hmm.
And you're on Twitch, right?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I also have a YouTube, but it's very dead. It's from back before I even transitioned, like when I was still in the closet, and like it's just old fucking videos of like Bloodstained and New World, which I miss New World.
New World. I don't think I actually played it.
It was a MMO by Amazon. It had a really big release and then it flopped really hard.
I just dropped Bunny's channel link in the Twitch or in the YouTube chat for anybody that wants to go support her. Please do.
Yeah, I could use all the support I could get. I'm currently just trying to make it through. All I got to do is pay my little lawyer fees and probation fees, and I've already met my parole officer, which was kind of weird. That was actually hilarious because um, they come over and they do inspections, right? They just show up at your house and do walkthroughs and stuff.
Yeah.
And him and his partner showed up, and I shit you not, I'm sitting there in some jean booty shorts, little crop top, little fucking sweater, and some the thigh highs, and answer the door, and he's just like takes a step back. We're here to see fucking bunnies, and I'm like, yeah, I'm her. Hi. Can we come in and do an inspection? Who's all here? My wife and my children. And yeah, you can. Here. You just walk through, bud. The entire time they're just sitting there staring at me like, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah. Because apparently they must have just read the ID scan and whatnot and thought I was a boy or something. And
I mean, it's called drip, dudes. Get it together.
yeah. So yeah, that was hilarious. But now I just have to check in with them once a month until hopefully I get pardoned. As
Yeah, I
I'm
really hope
hoping
you
that
do
I
too.
can, yeah, I'm hoping that I can get in contact with the governor and get all that taken care of because if I can get it pardoned and get it taken off it, everything will have a nice happy ending to it.
Yeah. Right
If
now
not,
we've got a not horrible ending, but
yeah,
we want that happy ending where it's fully cleared because
it's the
these are
lesser of two
fucking
evils right now.
yeah. Yeah.
Thankfully, I got my stuff taken care of before the courts get really out of hand because my wife was legitimately terrified for my safety about it because you've seen what's been happening in the courts across America right now and how people are just getting fucking disappeared to El Salvador
Yeah.
and how Trump's been talking about using it for uh native like American citizens and stuff too, like taking actual full-blown American citizens and not
Oh
just
yeah, they already
immigrants
have.
and shipping them to El Salvador.
Yeah, they already have.
And she was worried because what if they start doing that to trans people? They're
There's a good chance. There's
yeah,
also a good
so
chance they're going to target autistic people the same way.
mhm.
Because I know RFK Jr. tried to start up a registry, but then got so much backlash he dropped that, thankfully.
Yeah,
But like they want to. They
we don't
actively
need any
want to.
registries going up. Okay, I don't need to be wearing a little pink triangle.
Yeah, no
Thanks.
shit.
I'm good. And it's just been a lot. It's been a lot of stress and a lot of heartache and just an overwhelming amount of just personal turmoil at this point.
Yeah.
Like I I was in the army, I deployed to Iraq, I went through a whole year-long deployment, and that last 7 months, that was harder than my entire military career. It was more terrifying than when I used to have to disable landmines and stuff. Like it was it was horrible. I got to watch the system I had defended turn itself on me and like spit the most vile venom it could directly at me and be like, we're taking everything from you. Because they threw me in the mail pod and I had to walk around in the boy clothes and the fucking had to have a fucking cellmate, which was very, very awkward. Like,
So you did have a
that,
cellmate?
yeah. Thankfully, he left every night because he needed a CPAP machine, or else he would just kind of like choke
Oh,
to
okay.
death while he was sleeping or something.
Yeah,
So they
sleep
moved him out of
apnea.
the
Basically,
cell.
you stop breathing at intermittent intervals, and the CPAP machine just keeps air going through your body as you sleep.
Yeah. So he got taken out every night before we went to bed, thankfully. But
That's pretty lucky, honestly.
it was pretty lucky. The divine little bubble I have around my life appears to be holding strong at this point. And it's it's been a fucking roller coaster, Briley. It's been a fucking roller coaster. And I'm glad that I'm finally getting off the ride.
Yeah, you had very rocky parts there, and now it's smoothing out some.
Yeah, I mean, having to pay 85 bucks a month for 3 years isn't bad.
Yeah,
I don't I don't even have to get like drug tested or anything. And
let's go.
I
I'm gonna
have a
smoke you up with some weed.
yeah, I have a medical card, which was another funny part about the sentencing. So, the judge told me I'm not allowed to be under the influence of marijuana, but that I could not by law be told that I'm not allowed to take it medically. So I'm allowed to smoke, but I'm not allowed to be like super high, I guess. Because
Okay.
he likened it to someone drinking a glass of red wine with dinner to help with their heart problems versus someone getting shit-faced at the bar.
That's okay. That's fair. But
So
still,
like
it's weed.
you could take it medically, but you can't like get plastered and act like a doofus.
Yeah, but where's the line? Is it like puff puff
There
pass,
isn't
or
one.
is it?
When I talked to the probation people, they straight up said there isn't one and there's no way to enforce that, so they're not gonna.
Oh, nice. Okay, get high.
Not gonna not gonna waste our time drug testing someone who doesn't need to be drug tested. Like you're not on crack, are you? No. Are you on meth? No. Are you on fentanyl? No. Do you drink alcohol? No. What do you do? I play video games and I draw funny art. What? Yeah, freelance graphic design. People pay me to draw art for them. What kind of art? Art. They pay me to draw whatever they want me to draw. Which, by the way, if anybody wants funny art drawn, I do stuff.
Yeah, hit her up. Commission's open.
D DM me on Twitter. My thing is open. Which, the bot problem on Twitter. Good
Oh,
lord.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Honestly, I stopped
But
using it.
yes.
I'm Blue Sky exclusively now.
All right. That is all that I have to say, Miss Briley.
Thank you for sharing.
Not a problem. Thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure, and I'm just grateful for the chance to like get it out there and tell people what's going on so that when your tinfoil hat uncle fucking tells you that you're overreacting and that the courts aren't being weaponized against fucking gay and trans people, like you can tell them, no, it is. This is happening. People are doing it. Please
Yep.
stop minimizing the direct damage you're causing.
It's so fucked up.
It really is. But I love your face, and I'm gonna get going. I
Love your
gotta.
face. You too. You have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Rest up. Okay. That. I'm glad she's made it through that. Okay. That was. That was about an hour long. Wow. Yeah, it's very important to tell stories like that. I just need to reset that thingy. Okay, yeah. Shift over here a little bit. Yeah, I've known bunnies for a hot minute. I think it was before I had her on for an interview. I'm genuinely actually kind of curious, so I'm gonna pull up my studio. I said I'm gonna pull up my studio. Oh, there it is. Content playlists. Where's I Spy? Speaking of which, I should get back into I Spy. Start doing those again. Wait, show more than 30, goddammit. There. Wow. September 9th, 2022. Yeah, so it was almost 3 years ago that Bunnies was first on my stream. Bunny is such a nice person. She absolutely did not deserve that shit thrown at her. It's fucking. Ah. I definitely have some choice words for Bingus. Glad she is able to come back so soon after all that. Yeah, absolutely. It would make complete sense if she wanted to, stay away for a while and level out some more, but she's getting back on that horse. And again, yeah, go follow her on Twitch, join her Discord. Be warned, 18 plus community. Oh my god. Like when Bunnies first told me that, my jaw dropped. It was holy shit. Okay, there. I had to turn the mic off to cough. Cuz like I can actually do that when I'm not in VR. Ah, okay. We've been at it for like an hour and 40 minutes? Hour 50. Wow. I guess I did have a starting soon screen for like 5 minutes. Okay, we can talk about. I'll let you guys have a bit of a choice. We can talk GamerSupps. We can talk Gura. We can talk Canadian politics. Or we can talk about my new segment starting up, Cupid's Arrow, where I, and a romantic person, give unlicensed dating and relationship advice. No, Andreas, I talked a little bit before Bunnies came on, but I'm not going to be talking about Cinder stuff. That's pure drama, and I don't really have any political analysis to do on it. And my channel these days is just politics and what tickles my fancy, like VRChat and Dragon Ball. But like, I know Cinder is sorta tied to the GamerSupps stuff. Not only does she have merch there, I've been hearing she's a co-owner. Gonna go over the 6 docs that dropped on my stream later. Was it only 6? I thought it was way more. Joe Star, you want the relationship advice? Fair. If I had to guess, that would be like a 20-minute segment, maybe less. But basically, for the first one, I am going to be going over a couple common or like a few common questions, I guess. I do have some telonym questions that stood out to me because I have a telonym. If you don't want to DM me or message me directly, kind of thing, or what's it? You're just kind of scared to ask publicly, or at least be known what your question is. Feel free to message me on telonym. Just leave a question, and if I feel like it has substance to be answered on the thing, I will answer it on stream. But I basically answer every single telenym that gets sent to me, unless it's like a simple thing, like a single word that, or a person that like has very short questions and is just like kind of having a conversation. It's like, bro, just DM me. We can have an actual conversation. I don't need to keep getting tells about this. Like, I promise I don't bite. I'm not in a biting. There's actually 7, but one of the people asked people to not cover it. Oh, okay. Well, it's good that you're respecting the people that don't want to be covered. That was a wife. She wanted to Gotham treatsies. Shit. I got distracted. Yeah, the dating advice I don't think is going to be super duper long. I do think GamerSupps is going to be the longer one. I did kind of expect that conversation with bunnies to be like an hour long, and well, here we are. Yeah. So unless anybody else has, yeah, like Joe, there was a lot of uh. God, I am so tired today. There were a lot of documents. I'm like such a big sleepy. Okay, we got one for GamerSupps and one for Cupid's Arrow. If it's a tiebreaker, I'm just going on to Gura. Haha. God, I'm looking back at my old videos. Look at my old avatars. God, my thumbnail game got so much better. Like, oh yeah, YouTube is telling me video can't be monetized because of fucking sound song that I used. Wait, what about the Canadian election? Will you be talking about that? I will be talking about Canadian politics in general and like my thoughts on the parties, because like election day is tomorrow. There's not really a video I can put out now that will get enough traction to, convince people to vote. I kind of put off talking about politics a little too long. But like there is also a new party in Canada that I kind of want to give a little more, I don't know, presence. Though they're still at least a few years out before actually being on the voting docket. Because, like, I'm talking about all these subjects today. God, I also still need to get that interview done with the person from a VRChat group. That's going to be a fun one. God, I want to finish that video. But, like, I can't really schedule anything right now. I do want to hear about politics in Canada from a Canadian. I actually recommend Steve Boots. If you want to learn about Canadian politics, especially from a Canadian, Steve Boots is really good. He's actually the reason I learned about Revolution Party Canada. Like, I'm not going to cover as much politics as him, but, like, he's worth watching if you are curious about Canadian politics. I am so glad my wife found him and started listening to him, and then I started listening to him. He's good. He's good peeps. But now I'm just kind of unsure. What segment do I want to get to? Because like I don't think the Guru one's going to be too long. But I mean, it's going to be around at least 20 minutes, maybe 30. Because like I don't really have a ton to say about Gura, but she put out an 8 minute or so stream talking about why she's graduating, and then also Maury Calliope uh talked about it as well. And like I found like an 11-minute video. Yeah, from a channel called Daily Dose of Hololive Ian. But like I didn't dive too much in it because like I'm not super attached to Gura since it will also be short. Yeah, I don't think it'll be super duper long. GamerSupps will definitely be the next longest, I think. Yeah, and that's also my birthday. So like I am very conflicted on that day. Let's see. I'm just kind of at a drift, so to speak. I'm not like I said. Like I said, I am tired. Oh, Gotham wants to leave now. He's scratching on the door, but I don't think you guys can hear it. My wife can. That's gonna bug her. Yeah, okay, I gotta jump into the next segment. I am getting distracted, just not even off of anything interesting. I'm just zoning out, kinda. You know what? Let's talk about Gura. We shall talk about Gura. Let me just double check something. Oh, fuck. Where's no chat in that window? Okay, chat, you're moving over there behind me. Window capture. Why can't it just default to Edge? Okay. What browser do I use? I am living on the Edge. Wait, am I ready to start this? I don't know, man. I don't know. But we will. You should give Brave a try. That's what I use, and it's just a fantastic experience. I've never actually heard of it. I just wish I just want a browser that's not going to, kill my processor or CPU or whatever as I'm streaming. Cuz like I know Chrome does, I know Edge is not that great, but it's just kind of what I've defaulted to using and just got used to it. I've heard Opera you can like turn off hardware acceleration or something that's like background processy kind of thing, and it makes it a lot lighter on your computer when streaming. But I have heard sussy things about Opera, but I also don't know at all. I use Brave for general browsing and Vivaldi for streaming stuff. I have not heard of Vivaldi either. Like I've heard the name, I didn't know it was a browser. Ah, can you guys tell I procrastinate a lot? I think I'm pretty good at hiding it. More than happy to send you a few suggestions after stream if you want to into some. Yeah, please. Okay. Let's do this. Let's lock the fuck in, Briley. Lock the fuck in. Hey, Gotham. Lock the fuck in, Briley. Ah, one more sippy and then. Why do I still get nervous when like about to start a segment? Okay. Don't know if you've heard, but the LeBron James of VTubing has decided to graduate. And if you don't know what graduating means, it means you touch grass more than the average VTuber fan. Basically, it means Gargura is going to be leaving Hololive company, agency, whatever, and we don't know what her plan is. I don't know what her plan is anyways. She did put out a 8-minute stream talking about what's going on. Well, the stream is titled Important Announcement. It's like 48 seconds. And I'm pretty sure it's just her graduating. Just like announcing it. Anyways, we're going to watch it. I haven't watched it at all yet. And I will share some stuff, share some thoughts. But let's get watching. Let's see what she has to say. Let's see what she has to say. Um, it's just that picture the entire time. Is it fucking up? I'm just guessing. She starts talking around here because that's where all the people are clicking. There she is.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Howdy.
It's me, Gargura, from Hololive English Myth. Thank you for coming tonight. and for being here. It really means a lot to me that you're here right now. I'll keep this short and to the point. I'm not so good with words, but I will do my best. And please forgive me. I am reading off of some notes so that I don't forget anything. First of all, I'm really sorry for worrying you or upsetting you with this announcement. This has been a very long time coming, but today I am here to announce that I will be graduating from HoloLive on May 1st, 2025, JST. My reasons being disagreements with management and company direction. I debuted in September of 2020 with 4 other incredibly talented girls who I respect and admire. I had barely any streaming or singing and dancing experience before joining this company. It was incredibly exciting, but also very intense and unexpected to be suddenly surrounded by so many eyes and expectations. I remember there being many days where the stress was so overwhelming that I couldn't eat or keep food down. But the continuous support and patience of my wonderful community helped to lessen that feeling and pushed me to go on to do things that I didn't even know I was capable of. I am so lucky and so thankful for each and every one of you, to the opportunities given to me, and for the almost 5 years we've been able to spend together. I love singing for you and performing for you on stage or in my bedroom. You helped pull me out of my shell, and I went off from being too scared to sing alone in my shower to singing live in front of hundreds and thousands of people. When I think about how many of you I've been able to connect with, it brings me so much joy. It's been an honor and a dream come true to be your shark, your Booba. With you, I've been able to achieve what I thought for a very long time would be impossible for a girl like me. To feel a part of something and to belong. I love being an idol and VTubing and watching all of my senpai, Kouhai, and the entire VTubing community grow into this amazing, colorful, and successful world. I love the banter we've shared over the years. I love your clips and compilations, your cosplays, fan art, every single bit of it. I am so lucky to have been loved in such a way. Those of you that sat and fretted over what to write, that poured your hearts out to me in ink, please know that I have all of your letters, and I will seal them and keep them forever until the archaeologists dig them up in 300 years and try and decipher what a gargoyle was. Thank you for your compassion, your creativity, and your dedication to me. Thank you for waiting for me. Thank you for waiting for me to return when the outside world became too much. Let's have as much fun as we can together during these last 2 weeks. Please share your kindness and patience with everyone. And while my time here may be coming to an end, I will cherish the memories that we've made together forever. I have one final project to share with you, and I can't wait for you to see it. I'm feeling really optimistic for the future, and I hope you are too. Thank you, everyone, for letting me be your little shark.
Is that where it ends? I'm gonna guess so. Yeah. 4.60 nice million subscribers. Like, she is massive. Yeah, like I would not, just from hearing this and like how the way she said how she loves VTubing, I don't think this is the end of the road for the person behind Gargura. Fuck, man. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I am some big Gura fan. I haven't watched a ton of her shit. I know she has taken quite a few breaks. I think it from like health reasons or something, potentially relating to the stress. But yeah, there I can't even imagine the pressure she's under. And yeah, I got sidetracked for a little second. I'm not going to pretend that I'm some kind of massive Gargura fan. But there was a part of me that did like her. Like, I listened to some of her music. Reflect and Q are going to be hitting different going forward. That's like the majority of my consumption of Gura's content. I've seen some of her clips. I've seen, I think, some videos. Yeah, she's funny. Just not where I'd normally go to for videos. Maury spoke publicly about it since she cares a lot about Gura. So, you say that. From Daily Dose of Hololive EN, Callie addresses Gura's reason for graduating and has a message. So, we're also going to be going over this. I don't know if other Hololive members have mentioned Gura's graduation. I do know I have seen a lot of indie VTubers that are like, they're pouring their heart out. They're going to miss their little shark. And I can't really blame them. She's cute. She's pretty funny. Kiara has, from what I remember. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Kiara was one, but I don't know if she spoke out on stream or video. There's also Ina, too. Yeah, honestly, I would kind of expect at least the Hololive EN girls to have at least something to say about Gura graduating. But it's also not, I'm also not going to be the type to, why is it fucked up like that? It's supposed to, whatever. I don't think, I wouldn't expect them all to make like this grand public statement. Cause like, I don't know. But all I do know is Callie talked about it. We're going to listen to what Callie has to say, and then I'll share some wrap up thoughts of my own that I think that I haven't talked about yet. Whatever.
This is really difficult because I woke up this morning and I didn't know that it was gonna be today. It's been a really weird morning. I've already kind of gotten all of my tears out of the way, probably for very good reason. Nobody knew that that announcement was going to be made today. For people that are out of the loop, which I doubt you're out of the loop, my gen mate Gargura has announced that she is going to be graduating from HoloLive on May 1st. When I say that nobody knew, I don't mean that we didn't know. Like Gura said herself, this was a long time coming and something that I was aware of for a long time. What I didn't know was that it was going to be today, and probably for a very good reason. I spent a lot of time thinking about how I was going to address it and talk about it, but I kind of kept putting it off for like the past like little while. I was thinking to my like couple months or so, I was thinking I'll think about how to address this and what I'm going to say to the fans. But I woke up this morning and didn't know it was going to be today, and now I'm kind of floundering, I guess, because I don't know what to say or how to address it. I know that it's
Yeah, Callie, you're speaking from the heart. Don't get stuck in your own head over this.
not like really my responsibility to make a big statement, but it kind of is, because this is my gen mate. Even just by the sheer number of people that are here right now, people are expecting me to make a statement of some kind, and I just have a lot of unsorted feelings and emotions that it's very tough to get through right now. We've had a really long time to prepare for this. I feel worse for you guys, of course, who are experiencing this, because, you know, at the end of the day, like, I can talk to Gura when I want to, but it's harder for the fans that are, you know, having to say goodbye. I just got really into my thoughts about the past this morning. While I was attempting to eat breakfast, I thought about a lot of stuff. I always worry about how I am going to face the public with like my perspective, because my perspective doesn't much matter in my opinion, but there are a lot of people here, so I'm guessing that there are people that care about how I feel about this. My perspective is one thing, but the talent that is leaving, that is graduating, their perspective is number one, of course, because people are wondering, you know, why,
100%.
etc. And these are questions that I can't answer. Whenever a talent says something like disagreements with management and direction of with the company and stuff like that, those aren't worries that I can assuage, because I am a person that likes the way that things are, which doesn't make my opinion any better or worse than theirs. Everybody has their own way that they want to go, and for people whose Oshis are leaving, it's devastating that they are unhappy here and want to leave. So no matter how much I say things like, I'm happy guys, don't worry, that's not gonna make the various fans of people that are leaving feel any better. So there's really not much that I can say in that regard. What I will say is that it's never one thing. I can say that with confidence. Every single person has different experiences with the company, with Holo in general, and none of the, maybe some reasons are the same. I know that I don't know, but in general, it's never one thing, is that I have heard and what I understand. Disagreements with management it's a bit of a catch-all that kind of encompasses all reasons that someone may not want to stay anymore. But what those reasons are, I don't know. And just because I'm happy doesn't mean that others are too. We gotta come to terms with that fact, instead of talking about the logistics of all of it, which I don't think I can speak on, to be completely honest, because I'm very happy. I'm sad that my friend doesn't want to be here anymore, but I respect her decision. If it is time for her to go, I know that things won't ever return to the way that they were at the beginning. It was a very different time, almost 5 years ago. Oh my god, it's so crazy to think about. Altogether, Myth, in the beginning, none of us knew each other or spoken to each other. I didn't know Gura, but I knew that before we debuted, and the little amount of time that we had gotten to spend together, that she's really, really funny. And I loved talking to her off stream. She was just always knew what to say. It's just a genuinely hilarious person. I hate these kinds of talks because it sounds like I'm talking about a dead person. I think that no matter what Gura chooses to do in the future, I think more than just sitting here wishing for her success or anything like that, as a person that knows Gura and has spoken to her personally as a friend, I think my only wish is for her to find happiness in whatever she does. I don't know what her future is gonna look like, but that's not really what I care about. I just want her to be happy and live in peace and just live a peaceful life. It's okay to cry. I'm not gonna cry on stream. I'm not crying. You are. Well, actually, that's a bad time to say that. Some of you are crying. Okay, I'm sorry. All of you will wish Gura well, and I don't even need to ask. I'm sure the majority of people in this scene will be wishing her well, and if you aren't, that's silly. There are a lot of times where I kind of wish that I could have been a better friend. I don't know what I could have done in the past, but it's a really complicated time right now. I think that things will be pretty peaceful from here. That doesn't change the fact that I don't know why things are the way they are right now with graduation. I feel like, I don't know, maybe they want to rip the band-aid off or something like that. I think things will calm down, but there's always going to be a big hole that will never be filled in by anyone or anything. It's supposed to be a great year where he was hyping it up. Yay, all these wonderful things are happening, but at what cost? That everybody's, I can't say everybody. There are people that want to go, and I think that it's good that they're able to leave in some way, because there are some places that will hold on tooth and nail to their talents. I'm glad that Mira's able to move on and do something that, I don't know, maybe is more for her, maybe she'll rest. I don't know. I actually really can't. All these questions. Who's next? Who's next? I don't know.
That, I will say, I've been trying to not cut these two videos off, just let them speak. But that's popping up. Who's next? That kind of mentality. As much as I hate corporations in general, it's still it rubs me the wrong way when people are just like, who's next? Who's next? Like, Callie is talking about how she's happy with HoloLive, even though Gura had her disagreements and is leaving. And then people are just like, who's next? And it's like they're expecting the House of Cards to just collapse completely. And I don't like corporations, but all the people working that corporation that, require it for their lifeblood, their income, I don't want them to go out of work. That would be kind of not good. But I understand not liking a corporation, especially when you hear that your Oshi is graduating from disagreements with that corporation. Howdy, welcome in.
No, it's not an answer that I can give you. But I know there's a lot of people that are really worried right now. There's a lot of discontent everywhere. I know I don't know how to address it. Don't ask me things like who's next. I'm not going to be able to answer. It's also not very nice to a lot of the girls that are still here that want to make their dreams come true.
Yeah, like okay, one more thing before I just let her keep talking. And I just forgot it. Go me. Like, I can't even imagine what Callie's going through right now, because, like, obviously she is not happy. Well, she's not happy that Gura's leaving. She's happy with the company. But to have tons of people going up asking you who's next after your friend is leaving, it's like, that's not her place to speak on it. The only people who should be speaking on who or on leaving and whatnot is the person leaving. Otherwise, it should be privately talked about with the, I don't know, gen mates, the management, all that stuff. But, like, don't be dicks and going into people's chats and, like, trying to get your tea or whatever. Oh shit. Goddamn microphone. Yeah. Just let's just let people do their things. We don't need to get nosy about it.
It's gonna be tough. I think for you guys, it's gonna be hard for us as well. Looking around, there's a lot of discontent, and I think that people that are sad that their Oshi is left are completely valid in venting their feelings and their sadness. What I do want to say right now, and I don't know if this is a hot take or something that is gonna make people angry. If that's the case, I can handle it, being who I am, so I'm going to be the one to say it. This is something that has already been said in the JP sphere, so I'm going to say this to you guys right now. Be very cautious of people that are going to try and stir the pot in various ways. There's a big
100%. Like, for a lot of people, there's a lot of people that are just trying to stoke agitation, and they will do that in any way possible. So please remember, at the end of the day, we're anime girls on the internet. Yes. However, we are still people behind those anime characters. People just love to forget that. And I said I would let Callie keep talking. I interrupted her again. I'm sorry.
Difference between people that are angry and upset that their Oshi has left and are expressing their frustration and venting, and people that are purposefully stirring the pot, pretending to be Hololive fans. You can spot them pretty easily. They tend to use the same rhetoric. Holo is over, Holo is dead, etc. Blah, blah, blah. They will say the same things. You can pretty easily spot them by going to their accounts, looking at their post history, etc. It will be very easy to find them and point them out. How you choose to deal with them is not my problem. It's not my problem. It's not my responsibility how you fight your internet battles. You may choose to ignore, you may choose to respond and point out what they're doing. It's not up to me. But what I want to tell you is to look out for those people and recognize them and spot them when they come around. There will be a lot of them after this. I mean, a lot. Maybe more than in the past. I don't know if this is something that will get me shit. That's fine. I'm used to it, so I'm going to be the one to say it. I prefer to ignore. I like that the most, but just letting you guys know that that's going to happen. So just best thing that you guys can do is be there for all the chumbuds that are probably extremely sad right now. Definitely. I know I said probably. They're definitely extremely sad. Be there for them. Wish them well, and be as kind to each other as possible. Right now, the Holo fan base is so wonderful. And as for where the future leads for us, it's kind of hard for me to talk about us right now because nothing will change the fact that someone very dear to me and to Myth is going to be leaving us. Myth will always be 5. I don't know what the future is going to bring. Whatever future is waiting for us, I hope we can all walk towards it together. Almost 5 years is a really long time to be in something like this. I'm really blessed that things got better for me here, which is, can you see the correlation? Now Mori doesn't want to leave, even though she wanted to in the beginning. Things are changing. Maybe they are. I always feel kind of sad that sometimes I feel like, I wish we could make a way where everybody wants to stay. The first 2 years, I really did want to leave. I was at my breaking point for sure. When we were coming up on the 2nd year, all kinds of just terrible stuff was happening. And then things turned around for me. I hate that so much, that not everybody can be happy where we are. I wish I could fix it. I wish I could. This doesn't offer any, I guess, sanctuary to those whose Oshis have left or are leaving. I can only speak for the deadbeats that are here that are maybe worried. The deadbeats aren't worried, though. I don't think I'll leave at all. I think that if I left, I'd join staff or I'd ask to be a producer or put in some kind of position like that, because I don't know what my life would look like if I hadn't joined Cover personally. But I can only offer that kind of comfort to the deadbeats. So it's just, I'm gonna really miss Gura. I miss Ame. So, Myth will always be 5, even though there are only gonna be 3 of us for the next anniversary. Nothing will change everything that we did together. Almost 5 years now. Ever. That was the craziest year of my life. By far. And I've changed as a person because I've known Gura. I remember distinctly that she really made me laugh a lot in a time in my life where I wasn't laughing at all. And even though time changes things and maybe we don't talk as much as we used to, I still wish her the best. And I just want her to be happy. That's all I want. I feel like part of it's my fault. I've gotten so busy. I can barely talk to people that I used to talk to so much back in the day. I really should.
Callie, I don't think you should be blaming yourself for that. Yeah, it's great to reach out to your friends consistently, but life happens, and I'm willing to bet that it wasn't really a factor how often you would message Gura about whatever, like just friendly conversation. I'm going to guess it was butting heads with the management. But at the end of the day, none of us know anything about what's going on. And even now, I want to give Callie hugs. Yeah, no, right? I want to reach through the internet and hug her, seriously. Because like she said, she's not going to cry on stream, but you can hear her emotion in her voice. I want to hug her so bad.
Make an effort to do that more. So let's make the most of the time that we have together with Gura and make sure that she has the best farewell ever. But again, like I said, you guys don't need me to tell you that. Gura is wonderful and has a group of people that, a huge group of people that are pushing for her. Everybody in Holo is all pushing for her to be happy. And yeah. So I don't want to drag this on for too long. If you guys still have somebody that you're pushing for in Holo EN, I hope that you'll continue supporting them throughout everything. If you don't have any Oshis left, no worries if you don't feel like watching anymore. I will always say that. If you don't have anybody you want to push for and support, there is no harm in parting ways. I think that's just how life goes sometimes. But if you do still have a girl here who you want to push forward, I hope that you'll continue supporting her and let her know, how much you want her to succeed. I hope that you'll do that.
Oh my god. You need to watch the HoloLive put out a animation for Agura? Jesus Christ. But yeah, fuck, man. Normally, when I hear about, like, graduations, I'm not super phased. But, like, this one's a little different. Because, like, it's Gura. Like, the biggest VTuber. I think. All I know is she's insanely popular. And, just going to throw this out there. I would potentially expect to see a return to, or like I would kind of expect to see this channel here start uploading again. They mysteriously stopped uploading 5 years ago for reasons. But yeah, if you like your little short, maybe check out this channel. Who knows? Most popular Holo EN for sure. Absolutely. But like I don't know about the size. Wait. She did post on her original Twitter already with just fish? Oh yeah. Like I personally I don't like the idea of let's never talk about a VTuber's past life ever, because like let people have their fans carry over. People love the streamer for, the content they provide, not necessarily the character. There are some people that will be like, "Oh, okay, she's not going to be a shark anymore. I don't give a shit. I want little shark Goro." And I mean, fair enough. That's your personal taste. But if you really find the attitude, the jokes of that shark Goro very funny, you might want to check out Senzawa. Every single one of Senzawa's friends knew her previous account. Yeah, like, what was it? There are a lot of people that, like, you just fucking figure shit out. A lot of people will dig it up. They will find it anyways. And, like, I mean, if there is a VTuber that doesn't want their previous life connected to their current one, it makes sense to respect it. But largely, I think people deserve the credit of the roles they played. So, like, Gura was never going to be the person behind Gura's character. That will always be a HoloLive copyright or whatnot. So it's like when Robert Downey Jr. plays Iron Man, then he goes off and plays Doctor Doom. Some people are watching it specifically for the character. Some people are watching it for the actor. Some people watch it for both. So if you're here for the actor and not just the character, seriously, check him out. Yeah, there's a lot of idol culture that I genuinely don't like in VTubing. Perhaps I should do a video on that in the future. For now, though, I don't know. I don't know. I'm conflicted, cause like the biggest VTuber, the most known VTuber, is graduating on my birthday. I don't really do anything to celebrate it typically, but I don't know. It just kind of feels like I have even less reason to right now. But I mean, I'm gonna do something the weekend after, since my birthday and since May 1st lands on a Thursday. Um, yeah. Unironically, yeah, end of an era. There are still some old guard around, because Callie and I should really know the other gen mates of them. But yeah, the other myth gen mates, they'll still be around, but it's different. It's different. Doesn't mean it's bad, doesn't mean it's worse. It's different. All I know is I wish Gura the best. Wherever life takes her. And yeah. It's good to be attached to your Oshis, but you need to be able to let them go when it's time. Hang on to them merch. Keep listening to their songs if they don't get taken down. Go back and watch videos. I get it. Let people live their life. And I guess what other way to end this segment is there than goodbye, little shark. Man, listening to Callie just that was kind of heart wrenching. Like I genuinely feel bad for Callie. To be fair, though, I don't really watch any of the Hololive girls. I actually prefer to listen to their music. I really like Callie's music. I think for VTuber musicians, the one I listen to the most is Callie. Or at least I have she's got the most tracks in my playlist. And actually I think it's Cottontail for VTubers. I need to listen to more VTuber music. I've actually really been starting to enjoy Nimune, her music. Just keep swimming. Oh, that would have been a great way to end it. I thought I unpinned that message from chat. Oh, okay. Oh, shit, I'm getting hungry. Support your Oshis. Always and forever support your Oshis. Okay, do we want to go... Do I want to end on GamerSupps? No, I guess I should probably go through it now. Don't fucking show me ads for what's it? Don't show me ads for tarot cards. I don't care. Like if I know somebody that wants to be all, hey, let me do a tarot reading for you. Sure. Okay, why not? I don't care. But if it's like somebody trying to push that on me, I don't care, dude. It's fun little cards. That's all it is to me. I'm only mentioning that because I was going over the Vice article again, and well, they had ads for tarot cards. Okay, so is the Liberal Party website working yet, you fucks? Don't you know I'm streaming? But I mean, like, liberals are probably going to win this next election, honestly. I get that they gotta pay their bills, and I don't like them paywalling their articles and whatnot. But like the ads, they're getting invasive. It's like frustrating. Okay, what I'm thinking is I'll do GamerSupps, then Canadian politics, and then Cupid's Arrow to finish off. Because Cupid's Arrow is going to be like a lighter segment, and getting back into politics, I definitely don't want to just have like negativity the entire stream and ends on negativity. And it's like, no, I wanna bring some positivity to shit. Okay, so we ready to talk about GamerSupps? Cause like this is pretty oof. Oh shit. You guys know the article from the Vice article? I'm just trying to remember how to pronounce her name. I know how you pronounce Anna, but is it Valens? Valens? Anyways, that's who the writer? Yeah, Anna Valens. Valens. Because it's Valens. But it's a name, so it can be pronounced however the fuck they want. Okay, let's talk about GamerSupps. Valens? Valens. I am so unsure. I have read over the article once before, so we're not going to be actually going over the entire article this stream. We're going to be going over like the highlights kind of thing, and I'll include it in the description if you want to read it. But all you got to do to find it is search GamerSupps Great Replacement Theory, and you will find the article. Okay, let's actually talk about this. No more stalling. No more stalling. I've already been live for like 2.5 hours. Let's go. I have talked about a certain white-haired fox on this channel at least a couple of times. and she is in hot water again. Because, well, she likes to do and say controversial stuff. But, yeah. She's getting into hot water and even had an article written about her in Vice. Now, I did reach out to the article writer, and she gave me the go-ahead to go over it on stream. So, let's go over it. It's titled, Why is this GamerSSupps VTuber pushing the Great Replacement Theory? Now, I have a good feeling that the majority of people in my audience, in my community, already have an idea of what the Great Replacement Theory is. But for those who don't know, I will give a little... Yes, I mean Kirst. I will give a little... I don't know. Summary. Basically, what they say is like... the elites are shipping in minorities to replace white people, and like they're super worried about that, and it's not actually happening. They just don't like seeing brown people enter the country. Anyways, let's get into this article. And what an image. You gotta get that titty cupping in there too, huh? Fucking. Kirsch's hole in her head is bigger than Trump's. Okay, so GamerSSupps is pretty much ubiquitous in VTubing, owned by the popular anime or online content creator Jay Schlatt. GamerSSupps advertises itself as, quote, the most effective and healthy energy choice, end quote. The gamers and esports talent, or for gamers and esports talents alike, combine caffeine with nootropics? I don't fucking know. Then slap on branding marketed towards geeks and gamers, and you've got GamerSSupps. It's a rite of passage for a growing VTuber to gain a GamerSSupps partnership, let alone snag a merchandise run via the company's waifu cup lines. Nyanners has her own cup, as well as like Shy Lily. There's quite a few that have their own cups, actually. However, GamerSSupps is in hot water with many VTuber fans due to the behavior of one particular creator working with the company Mythic Talents Kirsch Verstal. I don't actually know how to pronounce her last name, so I'm not intentionally trying to. An anime fox girl with a knack for sharing alt-right talking points, like the Great Replacement Theory. Kirsch has landed herself in controversy after controversy online due to her right-wing beliefs. At this point, it begs the question whether GamerSSupps will one day pull the plug on the VTuber for good. So, yeah. Even with all the backlash that GamerSSupps has been getting lately, I kind of get the feeling that they're not going to drop Kirsch, and that's actually pretty disappointing. It's really making me consider things. What was it? And what really bugs me is this tweet from Kirsch. Many seething V-tweeters in my quote retweets once again campaigning GamerSSupps. And like, we're going to go back over that tweet a bit more. But once again? So people have gone to GamerSSupps and been like, hey, you're promoting a far-right person. Just so you know. And they did nothing about it. I thought you pronounced her first name with an E, Kirsche? I genuinely don't know. I've heard both. I've just always pronounced it Kirsch. Nobody's actually corrected me because I don't think her fans actually watch me. Which, good. Oh yeah, that was funny. We'll talk about that later. A VTuber who believes, quote, demographic replacement, end quote, is happening to white people. Like, Come on, man. Kirsch is relatively popular with over 56,000 followers on Twitter, at least 44,000 on Twitch. She originally announced her partnerships with GamerSSupps in September 2023, followed by a merchandise reveal this past March. I want to check this real quick. Oh, yeah, okay. So, like, currently, these are... I don't think you can do the pre-sale anymore, but her merch line is still on the way. Which is... Yeah, before all this dropped, I was thinking, like, hey, maybe I do want to get eventually a GamerSupps sponsorship. And now I'm like, no. Don't put my brand anywhere near that. Like, there's a lot of cool VTubers that have GamerSupps stuff, and it's you know, I don't want to hate them because they're probably in contracts, but at this point we kind of gotta wait and see. When I first heard her voice, I got worried because someone I follow has a similar voice. Luckily, she wasn't the same person. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, I've heard about 4 people have dropped sponsorships already. I should have kept a list of them. Okay, let's see. While some VTubers wink and nod to conservative beliefs, Kirsch is like flying straight into it. Here's some fun stuff. In February, she said trans women advocating for trans rights are autogynephilic males with graphic murder fantasies. And I don't really have any murder fantasies. Though, from what I recall checking this out, yeah, she used the qualifier most trans activists. So, like, still, it's that these people love their generalization. Republicans, right wingers, they do that. They just assume one bad thing, or they find out one bad thing from one person of a group they don't, or they already have biases against, and then they just ascribe that one bad thing to the entire group. It's very intelligent stuff, you know? She praised Mythic Talender's co-owner Asmongold for arguing every trans kid is actually a victim of a parent with a mental illness. Well, I would disagree. It's like just from my own personal life experience, because I was a trans kid, but I didn't transition till 27. I was actually pushed into repression. And yeah, my life would have been so much happier if at 14 I was told, hey, you can live as other genders. You don't have to get your titties cut off to fit into the male gender. Because for those of you who don't know, in first puberty, when I was like turning 13-ish, I was born with a penis. Everybody should be aware of that one. I'm keeping it. It's fun. But in first puberty, I grew breasts. I was like a B or C cup, I think. Or I was growing past the point of B towards C. Oh, I got mocked for that one a lot. But like, if I just had been known, hey, you can just, puberty blockers, try things out, see where it goes. If you want to be a dude, be a dude. You want to be a chick, be a chick. But no, these people consider that assault. They consider it to be like grooming kids when it's not. It's just letting kids be happy, letting kids be themselves. But they refuse to acknowledge any of that. Like, despite all of the medical documentation, they just ignore it. Based Fox. Another post on YouTube drama. Our YouTube/YouTube drama declared Kirsch the main culprit for alt-right pandering in VTubing. No, I don't think Kirsch is the main culprit for alt-right pandering. I think she panders to the alt-right more than most people, but there's a bigger person. There's at least two bigger people that still kind of pander to the alt-right. There's Rev and Smuggalana. In conversations with the GamerSupps merchandise drop, VTuber fans were quick to describe Kirsch's right wing. Like, there's no... Like, how can you call her a fucking centrist when she's retweeted the artist that drew this and, like, praised them for it? If you think this is centrism, I think you need help. I want to say a lot more stuff, but I don't want to get banned on YouTube. Because the things I actually think and want to say about Nazis would get me banned on here because YouTube is a centrist platform. And by that, they just mean downplaying the... Or by centrist, I mean they just downplay the actions of the right wing and over-exaggerate the actions of the left wing to say, oh, they're both the same, when they're not. They're absolutely not. And if you are, in my opinion, if you're playing centrist to any of this shit, like, oh, there's backtracks on both sides, you're just running apologia for these Nazis. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's what's happening. But thankfully, this article writer is pretty awesome. Okay, she's alt-right, she's anti-woke, and apparently transphobic to a degree. Apparently. Few comments mentioned her calling trans women being mentally ill men. None of this is my own info, just restating what people said. Can't confirm or deny this stuff. Wasn't there a link for it? Yeah. Yeah, right here. Anyway, whatever. Okay, let's see. There's her merch drop stuff. Screenshot from GamerSSupps. Alt-right seems like an accurate description of Kirsch and her politics. Yeah. Here's a clip from Bint. We're going to go over it. Which is Kirsch is now stating her belief in white supremacist great replacement theory. Is it going to load?
They're building like a 2.5 million pound mosque somewhere in like northern England that doesn't even have like a large Muslim population. And I was like, of course they are. Yeah, of course they are. I get increasingly angry when I see people who are just like, well, they're not doing anything illegal, so, like, you can't really be mad at them. It's like, this is very clearly a hostile takeover. Like, we're experiencing it in the US via illegal immigration. They're experiencing it in the UK via, like, the migrant crisis nonsense and refugees, which, potato, basically the same fucking thing. And it's like, our politicians are assisting these people with both demographic replacement as well as just making citizens' lives worse in general. They're changing the entire culture of these countries. It might not be a hostile takeover like you see in war. There's no guns and battleships and bombs, but it is still a hostile takeover. It is still going to change these countries irreparably in the future. UK, it's almost all of Europe. I'm specifically speaking of the UK because of the mosque thing. We're noticing. And it's like, I made a tweet. I made a tweet talking about,
Okay, yeah, then the clip just cuts off there. But yeah, she's angry that brown people are coming into the country, being allowed to build buildings for their religious freedoms, and it upsets her that she can't just have people removed without, anything actually happening. She just sees more brown people showing up and is calling it a hostile takeover. And it's like irreparably changing these countries. And it's like, girl, America was founded on immigration. People immigrated from England and then did the hostile takeover to the Native Americans. And now you're complaining that brown people are doing hostile takeovers by legally coming into the country and wanting to, share their faith, their culture, that kind of thing. I don't know exactly everything about like America as a melting pot, so to speak. I know Canada is a pretty great melting pot. Like, I am definitely within the color minority of my neighborhood. It is mostly people from South Asia, like India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, that kind of geographic area. There's actually a lot of different what's it? The best thing that I like about all this diversity, holy shit, you don't run out of options for food. In like, if I go for a 10 or 20-minute walk from my house, I can have at least 5 or 6 different ethnic foods available. It's not just burger. But I don't know. Yeah, I definitely think America is strong because of immigrants. There's a lot of immigrant workers. There's like, they bitch and moan that, oh, these immigrants are coming in to live off the tax money. And no, they're not. They don't get that tax money. And in fact, they contribute to taxes from the shit they buy, even if they don't do like income tax shit. Because, they legally can't, because you're not letting them be citizens. And if they were citizens, they would be taxed normally. But these types of people don't like seeing brown people as citizens of their country. They want their ethno-states. And that is just fucked up. It leads to a weaker society, in my opinion, for ethno-states. Yeah, that's just a quote of what we listened to. And there's the tweet. I forgot that got linked. This is not a one-off comment. In April, she retweeted the White House's ICE tip line to aid the deportation of undocumented Americans. And if you don't know, ICE is not just deporting undocumented Americans. They're deporting Americans. Like, born in America. I forget the dude's name. I really wish I didn't. But literal dude. Born in America, lived his entire life in the States, was still sent to El Salvador. Oh my god, yeah, like, not just one or two. They're deporting a lot of people. And like, the shit that Doge is doing too, without even being created through the proper channels. These people just hate minorities. Like, they wanted to release, or they wanted to search out and publicize all the DEI bullshit, and they exposed, like, FBI black sites because they were searching for DEI by searching for the word black. These people are not intelligent. They are cruel, and they just keep going. I remember a kid almost got deported twice by ICE. Yeah, like, I've heard of kids being pulled out of schools. I've heard of them going after, they've been going after, what's it? Like, there was at least one person in court talking to the judge, like, as a defendant or whatever, and ICE still try to bust in and fucking, deport him. It's like, who the fuck are these people? Hey, Kudere fanboy. We are talking about GamerSupps. You did miss the my friend come on stream, do a tell-all, and then I did already talk about Gura, so FYI there. I did some volunteer work recently, warning a local Latin American community about ICE. Good. Yeah. The word needs to get out. These people are just awful. The best thing I've seen that people have done to bar ICE from stuff is just like stand in front of doors of people that ICE is trying to go after, and they're like white American citizens, and they're not, ICE isn't touching them. So at least there's that. Yeah, sorry about that, Kudere. Let's see. In February 2025, she said she was happy with mass deportations under Trump, but warned the federal government was offering undocumented Americans, quote, massive amounts of free shit on taxpayer dime. She even called Lawrence, Massachusetts, a no-go zone full of illegal activity, and implied the city could only be recovered if all its undocumented citizens were removed. Curious. Yeah. Like they have one 50-second video from some Duncan Burns, politically homeless. Oh, okay, so this pronoun salty / fuck. Okay, yeah, this guy's a yeah, this guy is just playing defense for the right wing, trying to claim he's center. Wait, so they don't even have videos of the illegal activity. They just have videos of ICE grabbing people. Man, that's fucked up. Okay, she also retweeted the White House and their ICE tip line. If any, seriously, how can people think she's center without how can anyone genuinely think Kirsch is center and or even not far right? Yeah, I'm wishing the best for Gura too. I do not know anything about Carmelo Anthony, and I'm not about to dive straight into it. But given a lot of what I've seen of Kirsch, she lies a lot. Post incorrectly claimed that Anthony's family had purchased a house with online donations, which rumor which spread through right-wing social media circles before later being debunked by Snopes. Kirsch fed into the claim. And I am willing to bet she never even deleted her tweet. Well, thank you, Snopes. Here's her tweet. Getting a payday to buy a house by killing a white man just makes sense. Reparations for all. Like, they don't care about the actual truth. They care about their narratives. Oh yeah, we're gonna go into the who wore it better bit, and that's kind of confusing. Or at least I'll get to the confusing part. Basically, we'll just go straight to the quote tweet. Who wore it better? Body cam edition. I believe this photo was taken moments before the woman was shot. And this was, I can't tell if it was as the guy was getting tased or right before. But basically, she is... Wait, why isn't he muted too? I just don't want to see him. Basically, she's quote tweeting Matt Walsh, who historically hates black people and like any person of color or any sort of minority. Literally in his bio, theocratic fascist. He is loud and proud about being that. But like, I mean, we're going to see. Where was it? Yeah, right here. And somehow calling Matt Walsh a white supremacist, Lamau. If you don't think a theocratic fascist, the kind of person that wants their religious views pushed on you, You don't think he's a white supremacist? While you're literally decrying any sort of minority activism. It's, as I've said it so many times, the cruelty is the point with these people. Both in both incidents, body cam video depicts law enforcement acting in self-defense. However, the implication of Kirsch's response is that Black Americans are lying about the commonality of police brutality in the U.S. The Sentencing Project notes that Black Americans, quote, were 2.5 times as likely to be shot and killed by police officers as whites, per data from 2015 to 2021. Like, this is the whole point of the BLM movement. Why the protests got so big after George Floyd was murdered by a Chauvin. And like, they're saying here, Matt Walsh is saying body cameras killed the BLM movement. I'm very curious. Was Derek Chauvin's body cam ever released? Why don't people ever talk about that much? Or why do right wingers not talk about that? Curious, isn't it? They just want to. No, Matt Walsh is not an alt writer. He is a far writer. He is alt is like using cool things, like likable aesthetics kind of thing, appealing to the younger crowd. Matt Walsh, he's just a fascist. That's all it is to him. That's not alt-right, that is pure far right. And like, these guys also downplay Nazism. Don't look into it too much, right? This rate, police will kill an estimated 1,000 black men, the organization wrote. Continuing the quote, police officers' greater inclination to stop and search people of color suggests that difference in people's behavior alone are unlikely to account for disparities in lethal police violence. Oh, it keeps going. Okay, so like as Kirsch keeps doing her thing, and then it just keeps building and building and building. And like before before the article we're going over had dropped, like she was already getting in hot water, people trying to go after her. Yeah, because this tweet was, this was like a few days before the article dropped. I think it was 21st. Just confirming. Yeah, on the 21st. So like 3 days, or she had been targeted, I guess, for a while now. Okay, here we are. But yeah, it had been going on. Saying many seething V tweeters has one. Like, just shows one account. And like downplaying Matt Walsh being a white supremacist. And like, if being a theocratic fascist, like a loud and proud one, isn't enough for you to think somebody's a white supremacist, well, thank you, Lance from the Surfs, for sharing the picture. I do wish there was a video, but I don't know when this happened, but it was a while ago. Matt Walsh filmed himself judging a diaper wrestling match between adult men, one of which has a swastika tattoo. Now, I believe it was this dude. The screenshots are hard to see, but I think it was like around this part of his shoulder. But yeah. And then, like, he judges adult diaper wrestling matches, which, I mean, in a vacuum, you do what you want, you're an adult. But then to call to call trans people predators and groomers, and then sell fucking this to your audience? This is why I say every conservative accusation is a confession. the highlighted section of this store page where it's just Matt Walsh's adult fucking head full with beard on a baby's body for kids to play with. Now, I believe by now this has been removed because the left kept dunking on him like insanely, and it was very much deserved and funny, but it's now removed. So, at least there's that. Okay, we continue. Right, it's going on to Kaio, one of GamerSupps' partners, had dropped it. I don't actually know how big Kaio is, but like, decided to end my partnership with GamerSupps because of certain creators affiliated with the brand who have expressed openly bigoted views without facing any consequences. I believe in fostering an inclusive community, and I do not wish to support or be associated with companies that enable harmful behavior. This is not the company that I want my community to spend money on. Pretty goddamn based. I can respect that opinion. But there's a lot of Kirst fans and just right-wingers in general who... I'm going to pause for a second. Kaio is like mid-sized? Yeah, I thought so. Like, he's not super big, but he does have influence. I just need to pull up some quote tweets, but you never know what they are going to... Where the fuck are the quote tweets? How do you browse those again? Wait, it was view post engagements. God, I hate Twitter. Yeah, okay, right here. Cool. I don't have to really do anything. Boom. These guys are responding with like this you kind of shit because Kaio had tweeted, can't be racist towards white people, but of course someone like you wouldn't know that. Okay. Let me start with saying these people only care about racism or racism accusations when it's about white people. Aside from that, they don't care. And now, I will say, you can be racist towards white people. But the people pushing back against Kaio are not emotionally capable of actually having that conversation. They're not mentally capable of having that conversation either. And even though I think I disagree with Kaio in this shared screen, I'm still on Kaio's side regarding GamerSupps. Like, it's just no surprise. As we go further down the article, you will really see that there's no denying that Kirsch is just boosting Nazis. Okay, yeah, we went over that. Remains unclear whether GamerSupps will issue a response on Kirsch's behavior, which, yeah, I mean, they're just kind of... Okay, here we're getting to the real Nazi shit. But yeah, this is not the first time people have gone to GamerSupps and being like, hey, you're promoting a person who explicitly pushes hate. Can you guys not give them money? As well as there was the author of the article, Anna, had also put out a tweet or a skeet. Haven't heard back from any of the GamerSupps, although I've seen a couple folks sharing correspondence with staff refunds. Any cases you see in the wild, feel free to reply with links/screenshots. And no people were sharing it. But still, this was over a day after the article dropped. And at this point, I still haven't seen anything. And we are pushing, what, a week? Yeah, almost a week. Okay, if you guys haven't gotten a good look at the books on the screen, my bad. Fun fact that Grixt guy at the top unironically believes the Sandy Hook shooting was fake. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Wait, post got community? I don't know. I forget what post you were talking about. Anyways, let's move on. Let's see. Yeah, this could be the case after right-wing VTuber retweeted a Kirsch fan named Sencho Mimikyu. Because... Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that was just their profile. Good. Thankfully, nothing showed up. I thought it was going to be the tweet she shared. But no, this is the tweet. Someone recently received Sencho recently received an official Kirsch U2's plushie and posed with it. In one of the images shared by Kirsch, Sencho poses the plushie next to an enormous collection of Nazi and fascist books. And anybody that's saying the fucking... I'm gonna go this one. Oh, okay, yeah, just pull up the full screen one on. Okay, anybody saying that these are not far right? Like, Anna in the article does talk a lot about it, but just here, voice of triumph, Hitler's speeches at Nuremberg, faith and heritage. Like, seriously, how do these people... It's like they're deliberately being ignorant. Honestly, what I'm most surprised about with this screenshot, Mein Kampf isn't in there. You would assume that Mein Kampf would be in there. Count unmuted. Is this Kirsch? Yes. I like your sleeve/glove/boots. Okay. Not going to look too hard at these, I guess. You don't want to get reading suggestions, Kirsch? But yeah, that is Pipkin Pippa on the left, or her plushie, and then Kirsch's plushie on the right. And if you don't know who Pipkin Pippa is, well, she's a rabbit that likes to make a suspicious amount of Jew jokes. Moving on. While Kirsch is a political VTuber, it remains unclear if the content creator was aware of the Nazi imagery seen on the bookshelf. Sorry about that. Got some phlegm. I'm going to believe that she doesn't care. That's what I choose to believe. Several VTubers jumped into a lively Twitter debate whether Kirsch had the knowledge to recognize fascist imagery at all. Oh my god. Just go over some of the book titles. They've got Hitler on the spine. It's like, oh my god. But no, either way, it's probably likely that Kirsch is aware of what those are on, and she doesn't care. Perhaps it's irrelevant whether Kirsch knew about the political imagery behind the post. Blah blah blah. This is not Kirsch's first controversy, and likely won't be her last. Which begs the question: is there a line Kirsch and other content creators can cross before the partnership is threatened with the company? Vice has reached out to GamerSupps, Kirsch, and Kaio for comment, but no response. And then that's the end of it. Okay, I thought there was going to go into some other stuff. But yeah, that was the article that got a lot of people's attention. Why did I vote for this? I don't know. Why did you vote for this? Pretty much, yeah, this article drops, and a lot more people started paying attention. Like, I know Kaio was like the first one that publicly announced they're leaving GamerSupps, or at least I think so. I know Joe Cat was trying to do like was asked, hey, are you still sticking with GamerSupps, and then he was like, yeah, I actually removed my stuff a while ago, and I am in the process of removing the rest of the branding. And then that just blew the fuck up because it's Joe Cat and he's awesome and people love him. And he actually did not expect that to be like a big public statement kind of thing. So glad people are finally calling her out. Yeah, like I did a while ago. Didn't really get much traction. I had a bunch of her fans, I think, pop into chat and be like, you're dumb. Because like they got the best retorts. But yeah, I'm glad more and more people are, recognizing, hey, these guys push Nazi shit. And you start letting in a little bit of Nazi stuff, it gets worse and worse and worse. Okay, what else? What else can I move on to? Right, Anna, thank you for letting me go over that article. Thank you for writing the article. Keep up the good, work. But yeah, as before the article even dropped, as Kirsch was in her hot water, how does she respond? I mean, I would be surprised if you didn't expect her to just plug her merch, which is this is all it really is. She's just plugging her merch. She doesn't care what people think. She's a Nazi. I wanted to make another post. Thank you. Handy, handy, handy. And like honestly, it's kind of frustrating that GamerSupps is remaining quiet about it. Like I can't expect every single co-owner to make a public statement about it. It's a fucking company. However, given some of the people I know I don't actually know them, but like, okay, I will use one specific example. This whole thing has really made me hesitant to call Shy Lily my Kamiyoshi. She's fucking funny as hell. I really like watching her videos. She's great. But she's a co-owner of GamerSupps. And I don't know how comfortable I am saying that my Kamiyoshi is a co-owner of a brand that is happily slapping their title onto somebody pushing great replacement theory, Nazi talking points. It's, I don't know, man. It's really hard to listen to Miss RGB these days. It's a good song. It's just, yeah, how many co-owners does GamerSupps have? I actually don't know. But I know it has a handful. And like another VTuber that I actually really like, Cottontail. She's got GamerSupps, and I'm like, I don't expect her or any of the other VTubers to immediately drop their GamerSupps. I assume there is a contract going on. It is a company. But like, I would hope once the contract runs up, they just don't renew it. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. I can't force anybody to take the actions I want them to take. I can just hope. Because you should not be letting Nazis in at all. They're like roaches. Or no, they're like ants. You let one in, and you're like, whatever, it's not a big deal. And then more come in. Because the first one went back and said, hey, this place is cool for ants. And the next thing you know, it's just swarming with it. But here is a little story shared by an Emmy on Blue Sky. Their @ is Mealjin. I don't think they're the original author of this, but it's the Nazi bar situation. Yes, literally. Okay. So I don't think this is Emmy's story, but thank you for sharing it over the announcement or the skeet. I'm guessing this at I am Rage Sparkle is the author, and I do not know anybody's pronouns in this thing, but I'm gonna do my best. I guess the bartender's a dude. Anyways, let me sippy. I was at a shitty crust punk bar once getting an after work beer. One of those shitholes where the bartenders clearly hate you. So the bartender and I were ignoring one another when someone sits next to me and he immediately says, "No, get out." The dude next to me says, "Hey, I'm not doing anything. I'm a paying customer." And the bartender reaches under the counter for a bat of something and says, "Out now." And the dude leaves, kind of yelling. He was dressed in a punk uniform, I noticed. Anyway, I asked what that was all about, and the bartender was, you didn't see his vest, but it was all Nazi shit. Iron crosses and stuff. You get to recognize them. And I was like, "Oh, okay." And he continues, "You have to nip it in the butt immediately. These guys come in, and it's always a nice, polite one. And you serve them because you don't want to cause a scene. And then they become a regular, and after a while, they bring a friend. And that dude is cool too. And then they bring friends, and the friends bring friends, and they stop being cool. And then you realize, oh shit, this is a Nazi bar now. And it's too late because they're entrenched, and if you try to kick them out, they cause a problem. So you have to shut them down." And I was like, "Oh, damn." And he said, "Yeah, you have to ignore their reasonable arguments because their end goal is to be terrible, awful people." Then he went back to ignoring me, but I haven't forgotten that at all. Yeah, you just you can't let them in because they start off talking like they're all reasonable and just a scholar or whatever, just curious about the world. But you just let them keep doing their shit. There's going to be cross burnings, there's going to be lynchings, there's going to be a lot of hate crimes. Because at the end of the day, Nazi ideology is built on hate. It's built on hating the minorities. You left the Nazis in Germany alone long enough, the Holocaust happened. You leave them alone long enough in America, and they get a second presidency. It's it's very disappointing that there's not enough people actually speaking up about this. Like, it's unironically more frustrating for me that people are more willing to talk about Cinder and that whole situation, which, by the way, I'm not going into, instead of talking about, the rising Nazi problem. Oh my god. Yeah, they operate off of fear. Absolutely. It's all about fear mongering the minorities, demonizing them, and just using that to control the masses with false information and all that fun stuff. And it even gets to the point where they are anti-intellectual. They do not want sources for things because if you see it, it's true. these people, like, there's a reason we have academia. There's a reason we have scholars. There's a reason we keep records of all this, which Nazis like to burn, by the way, because they don't want the truth. They want their worldview to be believed 100%. That's all it is. Just don't listen to their lies. Genuinely keep thinking critically. That's the most important thing. Because if you keep critically thinking, you question whether everything you are hearing is true. Even for me, fact check me too. I want to know when I'm wrong. I want you guys to tell me if I'm wrong. Please do. These types will just ignore reality. They ignore reality and live in their own world. They'll call me delusional for being trans and ignoring biological reality, and like, dipshit, I know that I'm born male. That's the whole point of a transition. You can't change your chromosomes. You can't check mine. Like, you'd have to do a blood test and shit. And most people don't even know their own fucking hormones. So that is not an argument to me. What is an argument is, let's see. We have no use for gender roles these days, so it really doesn't matter whether or not somebody transitions or not. The thing that matters is, does this increase the joy in their life? If it brings more joy, I say go for it. As long as it's not causing harm to others or whatnot, live your life. I don't give a shit. Why would I give a shit what somebody does with their genitals if I don't know them and I'm not about to sleep with them? The only reason I care about people's genitals when I'm about to sleep with them is so I know what I'm going to do. On the other hand, I'm the type of person that also likes a surprise, so I'm also the type of person that's not going to hide it from people either. Like, people know I got a dick. I let them know beforehand. It's not a big deal. Well, I mean, it is to some people, but that's because they're Nazis and my dick's bigger and they're insecure about that. God, Nazis are so insecure. We really need more people to be use stronger rhetoric against Nazis. We need more people to be pushing them out. Yeah, Nazis are like the biggest cucks in the world. It's kind of funny. It's actually very funny. You know what? We should just start calling Nazis cucks. Yeah. Howdy, Timothy. We're talking about Nazis. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure what else I have to say to wrap up this segment. I'm trying to think, but I'm drawing a blank. Now, just don't let Nazis into your home. And unfortunately, they are getting dug in. Especially thanks to the, what's the word? Your message got auto-modded? Huh, weird. I didn't see it. And Joe usually just lets them through auto-mod anyways. Like, it didn't send it all? Oh, that's weird. It really should have. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna end this segment. Nazis are bad. Don't listen to them. Nazis are just a danger to us all. Okay, that was like an hour-long segment. Jesus Christ. It was something about bringing Nazis back to their post-World War II roots, aka them being afraid again. Yeah. Like, oh, that would have been a great way to end the segment. New slogan: make Nazis fear again. Okay, there. I'm gonna tack that on to like the. Oh, maybe that should be like the openings clip. I don't know how that'll do. I did want to say once the segment ends. Huh? Speak up. I like free speech in my chat. And by free speech, I mean you're free to talk about what you want. If it's hate speech, you are not free. Out of all the people who cover that article, you're the only one who actually went over it well. Oh, thank you. I think Niara's was pretty good coverage. I did have things that I wanted to say, but I didn't write them down, so I forgot. But I think Niara's pretty good. But I definitely appreciate that. I haven't actually watched a whole lot of people cover the article. Okay, all we have left are Canadian politics. And then my Cupid's arrow shit. It didn't get into the drama? What? I'm actually a little confused. But yeah, I try my best to do fair and balanced analysis. I'm obviously not perfect. I'm as close as you can get, but I'm not perfect. Okay. No, Po Buddy's nerfect. Remember that. Okay. Oh man. Is that okay? Now my mic's working again. Or not my mic, my headphones. Cause like I plug my headphones directly into my microphone, and I bought like these $60-$80 headphones right after Christmas, and well, the cable's already breaking. So like if I nudge it the wrong way, or if I move too far, it stops working with the headphones. Like the headphones cut out. It's annoying. Especially because these are supposed to be like good quality studio headphones. Yeah, there was a couple of other streamers who went over that article purely just to criticize it without reading it or reading it or knowing what they are talking about. Oh, yeah, well, I expected that from like right wingers, to be honest. But also that article is going to be included in the description if anybody wants to, confirm or go further in depth reading. Oh, big stretchy. Jesus Christ, this has been a long stream. Longer than I'm used to these days. I don't know if I'm going to share the screens. I think I'm just going to talk quicker about it. Rather than, going through like every little detail about the political parties in Canada that I want to talk about. It reminds me, have you heard about the whole Cinder situation? Yeah, there's been like 8 documents or something that have dropped. I'm not planning on doing like a segment about it or anything, but like I had recently started watching Cinder. It's like, oh, she's funny, cool. Then these documents dropped. And I'm like, oh, oh, oh. But yeah, the Cinder stuff is basically just drama, and I don't really have political analysis to give on it, so no sense in me making content about it. Because my attachment to her is only, hey, she's kind of funny in these videos. Shame about Cinder? Yeah, like I actually didn't expect that from Cinder. She seemed like a very bubbly, friendly person. But with the shit that came out, obviously not. Okay, let's... Who's ready to talk about Canadian politics? I don't know if I am. I got tagged in a thing. I don't know if I'll do it. We'll see. Yeah, okay, let's talk Canada. I'm gonna procrastinate a little bit. Don't be surprised. Okay. Canada is a interesting pickle. I'm genuinely not sure how to start this segment. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. But I know for sure I am never going to be voting for the Conservative Party, not just because I am left, far left, but like the leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, I don't respect him at all. I do not like the guy. Genuinely dislike the guy. However, as much as I dislike him for like his being, well, conservative and like a coward and shit, he can't really say stuff with his whole chest. He just seems kind of weak. Hasn't been answering questions to the media. Basically, the conservative leader of the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, up until like, I don't know, a few months ago, at most, he was basically sucking off Trump as best he could. Like, yeah, Canada should just join the U.S. as 51st state kind of shit. And like, so many of the country rallied against him. It was wild. It's unironically kind of wild how Canada has become unified, or more unified, ever since Trump took office again. It's... You guys know about Quebec, the French province of Canada? They're like really big on, they love their French stuff. And for the longest time, they've always been like, we're going to separate from Canada. We don't need you. You're useless. We're the better. We'll be a real country. Blah 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 blah. And then Trump gets his second office and saying he wants to annex Canada, and Quebec is like, fuck you, and puts her elbows up with the rest of us. I think it's Saskatchewan and Alberta. Yes, those are real words that are more, I don't know, conservative. Yeah, I guess just more conservative. They're the kinds that would be more in the camp of wanting to be buddy with Trump. But like literally everybody else that I'm aware of anyways is like, fuck you, we're Canadian, we will fight for our home. And I'm of the opinion you try to annex us and you start putting boots in the ground in this area, I'm going to pull out my hockey stick. I'm going to get all people I know to pull out their hockey sticks, and I'm going to scream that the Americans have the puck. And we will win. We will burn the White House down again if you try and invade. Leave us alone. The whole Canada's the 51st state thing is also stupid because Canada has 13 of its own states called provinces, and also the nationalist bullshit. Well, I mean, right now, normally I really hate, 1812. But yeah, right now, normally I dislike nationalism. I think it just breeds, how do I phrase it? I think it just makes things a lot worse. It's kind of like, it feels to me like it leads into ethno-state shit, and I really don't like that. But right now, with the whole annexing Canada thing, I'm actually pretty glad to see a bunch of Canadians unifying, like, this is our home. You're not taking it, kind of thing. That has been very reassuring. Like, and like, there's still quite a lot of people that still refuse to buy American products. There have been people that are like, I'm buying Canadian only products. And I'm like, I'm buying only non-American products. There's something coming from the Philippines, coming from Japan, China, Asia, India, Europe, whatever. Yeah, I'll buy it. I don't want to buy American stuff, though. I avoid it as much as I can. But if there's something I need that only is available through it, don't blame me. But yeah, the Conservatives, they've been looking pretty weak in this election, in my opinion, anyways. Honestly, the same with the NDP. Like, normally, for the last few years, or the last few election cycles, I have been pretty dedicatedly a NDP voter, because ideologically, out of Conservatives, Liberal, and NDP, the New Democratic Party, I ideologically align more with NDP, though I guess I kind of align ideologically a bit more with the Green Party of Canada, but they're not on the voting cards. The NDP, though, they're the ones that are like, they're supposed to be further left than liberals, and it's, man, they've just made it so hard to want to vote for them. I kind of think they need new leadership. Because overall, I do kind of like Jagmeet Singh. He's fairly charismatic. He's just been, I don't know how to describe it. It's been off. I can't remember exactly what the point was, but there was a point where liberals needed NDP's help to get something through, and liberals were all, okay, what do we need to give you to get your help? And then Jagmeet was all, we don't want your help. We don't want anything from you. It's like, bro, no, we don't want anything from conservatives. From liberals, we want them to work with us. If there was ever a time to demand something from the liberals, that was it. And he passed it up. Then there have been times where he's just like, I'm trying to remember. I probably should have pulled out some videos, but I just wanted to talk off the dome in this segment. Liberals, man. I did not really like Trudeau. He was kind of whatever. And then we get Carney in, Mark Carney. He's making me want to vote for him over NDP. And like, Normally, I do advanced voting, which is like a week or two before the actual election. This time, wife and I were sick, so we couldn't. So we got to go on the actual election date, which at time of recording is tomorrow. And right now, I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I'm definitely not voting for conservatives. Liberals already have a very strong lead, so they're likely to win, at least in my riding. And NDP make it so hard to vote for them. And then I guess there is the Communist Party of Canada, but they lean into the aesthetics of communism far more than I am comfortable with. Because, I don't know. In my opinion, in my experiences, the more people loud and proud, I'm a communist, Marx, blah, 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 theory, those people tend to end up defending, like, Stalin. And I'm not cool with defending authoritarians. That's fascism. However, there is a party that has my hopes up. I am huffing the hopium that things can get better in Canada, and I'm going to be watching this party with great personal interest because they were saying shit that I really fuck with. They want to tax the rich a ton. They want to make houseable affording their worker protections, union protections, that kind of thing. And it's like, this is the shit I want to hear. That's the shit I want to hear out of communists, out of socialists. And when they did say they were socialist party, I was like, oh, man, I wish they were on the voting ticket. I'd vote for them this year. But no, it's conservatives, liberal, NDP, and Communist Party, I think. Yeah, these guys, the Revolution Party of Canada, they seem pretty great. Like, immediately at the top of their webpage has an Eat the Rich button. It makes me like them. Oh shit, they are on Blue Sky. Wow, they really are progressives. Wait, they're on Twitch? Wow. But yeah, there are 3 priorities: food and shelter, taxing the rich, and electoral reform. And that kind of makes me happy. Because so far in the history of this goddamn country, it has essentially been 2 parties. It has been either the conservatives or the liberals who have won, despite us having multiple parties. We've had not once has, at least as far as I'm aware, has NDP won federally. And they've been the ones to get the closest. But no, it's always been goddamn conservatives and liberals. Conservatives trying to make things worse for the working class and better for the rich. And then liberals who are like, the system works. We just maintain the status quo, right, boss? Yeah. But no, I'm so fucking sick of this system. I absolutely think parliamentary system is way better than what you guys got in the States. No shade. A little bit of shade. But there's definitely issues with it. It can definitely be improved. And these guys have my interest. This Revolution Party. I wish I could vote for them. But right now, I am genuinely at a toss-up of who I'm going to vote for. I am definitely going to vote. Everybody should vote. Because if you don't vote, you're just saying you're okay with whoever wins. And that is how Trump got elected. And I do not want a Trump situation in Canada. But we'll see where things go. I don't think Canada is like fucked or anything. We're not cruising for a bruising yet. But we'll see. I just have some hopium in my coffee, and I'm gonna keep drinking it. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to say. This is just a short little 13-minute segment. I'll be fine. Okay. I should go pee, and then we'll jump on to the last segment, which will be Cupid's arrow. That's going to be a regular thing, so keep that in mind. Burb. Okay. Okay. Wasn't that long. Don't worry. Don't worry too much. Actually, I don't need my headphones on anymore. I can be free and cringe. Okay. Yeah, if you guys have questions relating to relationships or dating, you can message me directly. You can send a message on my telenym, and I will respond to the ones that pique my interest, that I think I have a lot to say about. Ideally, I would love to have guests on, like VTubers in relationships that, they've lasted a while, so they clearly got some secrets they can share about successful relationships. I'm just pretty sure it's mostly going to be communication, like open, honest communication. Okay, let's jump into Cupid's arrow. I don't know how I am going to start this. It's the first segment. I'm nervous. Oh. Okay, y'all ready for this? Because I'm not. Okay. How should I fucking start it? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Hello, and welcome to the first ever segment of Cupid's Arrow, where I, an aromantic person, give unsolicited advice for dating and relationships because I've got the qualification of being in a stable relationship for 10 years. 11 this August. Anyways, we're going to start off with some basic things. It's not going to be super duper long of a segment. I just kind of want to give an idea of what to expect for future segments. Ideally, I will have guests in the future. But for now, I'm going to start with answering some of the questions that I would be sharing with guests first, so that, people have an idea of what to expect. Anyways, how did you meet your partner? I met my partner the same place I got my couch. Craigslist. Because as it turns out, there used to be a personal ad section for like dating kind of thing. But that got shut down because people kept using it for prostitution, which is bullshit. Prostitution should be legal. Just my opinion. If it was, I'd be working in a brothel right now instead of a mechanic shop. Anyways, how long have you been together? We will be celebrating our 11th anniversary August 4th. So, yeah, it's been quite a while, and frankly, we haven't actually had arguments where we scream at each other because, well, we can talk things out. Like be adults about it. It's it's pretty nice. What has made what has made you certain that you are with the right partner? Man, it's a combination of things. For me, it was never like a singular moment of she's the one. Absolutely, she's the one. It's been constant of reassuring that the person I'm with is level-headed, emotionally adjusted, emotionally an adult. That's a pretty big thing. And it's just been spending time together grew more and more attached, and I don't really think I could I don't think I could enjoy the same standard quality of life if she wasn't in my life. I genuinely think she makes me a better person. I was going to say something else and I forgot it. Which is okay. I don't have enough weed in my system. Don't blame me. The fuck is campaign manager? Fuck off. But yeah. That was pretty much it. How do we handle conflicts? We talk. Like it'll be like, "Hey, I kind of been struggling with this thing. I want to talk to you about it." And then, we talk about it and then do our best to find solutions for each other, try to work with each other. We know each other very well. Like hell, we started living together, I want to say 3 months into our relationship because we started dating in August. Oh, wait, August, September, October, November, December. Okay, so like 6 months. In 6 or 7 months into the relationship, we started living together because like I want to go spend time with, or she went to her job and said, "Hey, I want Christmas Day off. I want to go spend time with my partner and their family." And they were like, "Yeah, okay, cool." Then the week comes up where they write out the schedules and they booked her for Christmas Day. And she was like, "No, I booked this off." And they're like, "No, we need you to work it." And she's like, "I quit." And then they started freaking out, like, because she was a good employee, like the only ones who did graveyard shift there. So they they lost a good employee because they wouldn't give her one day off, the one day she asked for. But then after that, it was hard for her to land work because, surprise, surprise, it's hard for trans women to find work, even in Canada. And, well, that kind of savings dry up. Oh no, we can't keep, or her roommates couldn't keep covering her share of the thing. So then I was like, hell, I care about you, girl. I'm not letting you live on the street. You're moving in with me. And she did. We lived together. Like I lived in a little basement suite with my childhood friend I've known since 5 years old, or grade 5. We were like 10 years old. And then his partner at still partner actually. I lived with them. They had their own room. I had my own room. And then my now wife moved in with me there and we just kind of shared one bedroom. She didn't really leave it because she didn't really know them. And I don't blame her. Introverts. That's how it goes. But I mean, I was out like a few months later, then we moved into our own apartment thing and we've just been together ever since. It just kind of worked out. But I mean, it doesn't always work out for everybody, so do be sure when you're moving into people because that is, ooh, it's a nightmare to try and separate after that. And honestly, the house would just feel so empty without her, even with cats running around. Are there any small arguments that keep coming back? Not serious arguments, but I do keep bringing one thing up that she vehemently disagrees with me on, and that is frappuccinos are milkshakes. I don't care what you fucking say. They I can hear her from outside of the room saying, "No, they're fucking not." Like I'm not even yelling this. You guys can hear how loud I am, and she hears me.
You are just wrong. You're just wrong.
I'm not
You're
muted.
wrong.
I'm not muted. See, yeah, there. That is the extent of our actual arguments. Or like a reoccurring argument or something. It's cheeky poking fun at each other, but we definitely disagree on that. I don't personally think they're literally milkshakes, but they're close enough that tomato tomato. Bun, I really appreciate you popping in. That was very funny. Thank you. Can you guys tell why I love her? I really do need more like couple questions, asking for asking couples for questions, but these were the 5 that I came up with off the top of my head, and well, I imagine they'd last a bit longer with, an actual couple talking to on stream. But I mean, if you have suggestions for other questions for this segment, please let me know. I would always appreciate the input. Now, I do have a couple common questions, which is kind of are out there. First one being, how do you actually meet people? For me, I usually Grinder. That's where I meet a lot of people. Though honestly, I've had such a bad batting average with Grinder. Not for fucking, I fuck a lot. Or I did, and then I stopped using Grinder. But like, you're not meeting a ton of good people on Grinder. So far, there's only one person I've met on Grinder that I still hang out with. But like most people on there, they are not socially adept for the most part. Well, that's what I'll say. Well, they give some good head though. But for the most part, you don't find friends on Grinder. But where do you find friends? You got to look for events that share your interest. Like, you like anime? Check out anime conventions. You like games? Check out game shops. See if they've got community nights. I'm pretty sure most tabletop stores, like game stores, will have like game nights available for you can bring in your whatever game. I know card shops do that a lot with like tournaments, or at least they did pre-COVID, and I haven't really gone post-COVID. Those are the main 2 things that come to my mind. Cause like you're odds are you're not gonna find a good match just hitting up a bar and hitting on random people. Cause like, what are the odds that they share at least some interest with you? Cause like, you don't need 100% overlap with your partner and their interests and your interests. it does help to have some, because if you don't have anything in common at all, it makes it a lot rougher, but not impossible. Let's see what else I got. Woman pretty, how talk to woman. Simple, you treat them like people. Don't get it stuck in your head that, like, oh, she's so hot, she probably won't want to talk to me. It's like, dude, a lot of the time when people are real hot, people are scared to talk to them, so they actually get kind of lonely. I don't entirely know how true it is, but like, I'm pretty good with talking to people, walking up to being like, "Hey, I like that blouse you got on. Where'd you get it?" And then that just kind of breaks the ice into it, and we just keep talking. And like the main thing, honestly, ask questions, ask follow-up questions, not just asking random questions, but follow-up questions. Like you ask a person, "Hey, I like your blouse. Where'd you get it?" And then they answer, "Oh, I got it from this store so and so over there." And they're like, "Oh, neat. I've never really been there. What are their prices like? What kind of selection do they have?" You keep the conversation flowing, because oh my god, does something does a flat conversation just kill moods? Because if you can come across as sociable, oh, you go so much farther. And also, don't dive into self-deprecating humor. You are not Bo Burnham. It it genuinely, typically pushes people away from you when you engage in nothing but self-deprecating humor, especially if you're not funny about it. And most people don't know how to write jokes like that. So, honestly, I would just say avoid it. You want to build up confidence and start small. You start small with like simple things of like, oh yeah, I'm not bad at that thing. But if you can, you start going with like, if you do something cool or funny or out there, and this is literally something I said to a friend just yesterday while we were hanging out. I told her your part or your pronouns are just she, not her, because I'm her. And obviously that got a laugh. But that's the kind of thing you want to do. You even if you think to yourself you're just doing it ironically, blah blah blah, people see that as actual confidence. You you literally fake it till you make it. Cuz like when I started gassing myself up like that, like I genuinely did not believe a thing. Did you finish charging your SlimeVR? No. I didn't even start charging them. Yeah, basically you start gassing yourself up and it doesn't feel true to start. The more you do it, the more natural it does become. At least usually. If you are genuinely having trouble, I highly recommend counseling or therapy. They can provide you with a lot better support, I don't know, responses. They can get to know you far better than I can ever, because I'm just some anime girl on the internet. I've been around a bit, so I got a fair bit of life experience, and I'd like to think I'm pretty wise. However, even with all my glorious wisdom, I don't know everything. So you just do your best. Yeah. Date suggestions. I'm pretty sure I wrote that down as to like, what are good ideas to take people on dates? Honestly, if you don't have much money, I did this for my second date with my wife. I just made some sandwiches and cut them into little tiny triangles because that it just screams picnic to me. And then we went to a park, sat on a blanket, and had these sandwiches. And it was a really nice time. We were sitting, looking over the water and just talking. And then an ant got to first base before I did, and I will forever be bitter about that. But you know what, you gotta. She picked me over the ant. I can't be too bitter about it. Aside from that, let's see. Because I'm trying to think of stuff that, like, you don't really want to, or you don't have to spend a ton of money on. Because, like, a classic to take someone on a date, it would be movie and then a dinner. Because then you have something to talk about over dinner. You have that ice is kind of broken there. It just makes conversation flow a bit easier. I guess for nerves, just try to teach yourself you do belong there. Like, you deserve to be happy. You deserve to pursue that happiness. No matter what your brain tells you, no matter how often your brain tells you, you still deserve happiness. Am I back? Chat, are we back? Can you hear me, chat? Chat, I missed you. It looks like I'm reconnected to the internet, but like I don't know until I actually see responses from chat. Cause like my recording's still going. Back? Okay, good. But like my fucking, oh great, my OBS window is not updating. And my studio window from YouTube. Okay, there we go. I'll just have to watch that instead of whatever. Okay. So all I really have left are, I think, 5 telonym questions. Yeah, 5 that, like, stood out to me. So I'm going to answer those, and then we're going to be wrapping up. They're using a weed whacker outside. Nice. Okay, again, if you have questions, feel free to DM me. Feel free to send them on telonym. And here are some of the questions that really stood out to me. How would you feel if your boyfriend got really into politics and started going to protests? Stay or leave? Now, hypothetically, in this hypothetical, I have a boyfriend. We'll go with that for now. So let's say I had this boyfriend that started going to protests. The way I would respond would be different depending on which kind of protests are you going to. Are you going to, like, protest pipelines being built? You're trying to protest injustices towards minorities? I'm gonna suck your dick. You go to protests that are like, there was one protest in my city, actually, that people were mad that there was a queer group setting up a queer prom for high school students, because, like, the high school students were not allowed to, or they couldn't really show off their queerness or something at the quote unquote normal prom. So this queer prom was announced and created. So these right wingers decided, hey, we're going to stage a protest. We're going to go raise our signs. We're going to tell those queers to go home, kind of thing. And, well, I went to the counter protest because I saw that popping up on my timeline. I'm like, oh, that's actually not too far from my place. I'm gonna go support these kids. Let them have a good night. Who actually gives a shit about what kids are doing? Leave the kids alone, you right wingers. Anyways, I show up and there's like 30 people, I think. I didn't get a head count, but there was a fuck ton of us. And like there was the big, I guess, rec room. I don't know exactly what it was called or whatnot. I never even went in. I just stayed on the sidewalk with all the other counter protesters. But there was a ton of us, and in between us and the building where the prom was being held, there was actually a fair number of police officers. And those police officers were wearing the rainbow police. Vancouver Police Pride. Let me see if I can pull up an image. No, this is not quite it. Like, you know, on the front of their uniforms where it says police? It's that, but in rainbow. This is for New West, but like you get the gist. It's better than not seeing it on officers. Like, I'm pretty sure all of you know my stances on cops. I do not like the current law enforcement system we use. I will leave it at that because like right now I'm talking about police officers that were not so bad. But all cops are bastards. Anyways, there was the event happening and then the police directly in front of that and then all of us counter protesters in front of that. And I swear to God, the total number of protesters like that were mad about the queer prom that showed up, I'm pretty sure it was like 5 or less. It was just a couple really loud people. And then when they saw the crowd of queer adults being like, let the kids have fun, let the kids be kids, they did not do anything. At most, a couple of them had like their flag on their shoulder and just walked through the protesters up the sidewalk, and then they crossed the street and went back because they were a bunch of cowards. But like they were trying to be or trying to display dominance, inflict fear kind of thing. But like the looks everybody gave them was just raising an eyebrow, watching them walk past, and then continuing the conversation. And like these people left with their legs between their tail or their tails between their legs. It was great to see. That was actually a couple of years ago now, I think. Okay. Yeah, so I would definitely stay with somebody who's protesting minority rights, that kind of thing. But I mean, if you're on the side of the oppressors, then I don't really fuck with that. Okay, next one. What do I do if my partner doesn't like me wanting to spend every waking moment with her? Oh yeah, this question actually led to a fair bit of back and forth with this person, but I'm not going to go into all of that detail. If you really care, you can hunt it down on my telenym. However, I do think it's a good thing to want to spend time with your partner. Obviously, there is a limit to it, though. If you feel the need to, you know, spend every waking moment with your partner, I get the feeling you might have attachment issues and you might want to talk with a professional about that. But it's not inherently a bad thing. It just can easily lead to bad places, so you want to keep that in check. However, where was I going to go on? However, you do, like, you want to spend time with your partner. You want to also spend time in moderation with your partner because people still need their individual times to grow and flourish. Like, you don't want to fall too hard, onto codependency. Because, like, I say this as, like, earlier this week, my wife joked that if I ever had to leave town for a couple weeks, she would call me that night and be like, I need tuck-ins. And like, it's a joke, but it's also kind of not really. But I love her to death. Are you someone who can understand when someone turns their backs on a friend? Now, yes, I can understand why people do that. I have done that. 2 specific times are coming to mind, and one of them was an IRL friend that I am not going to get into details about because that was never made public. I'm not going to make that public. I'm just going to kind of move on with my life. However, there was the other one that was made public. That was definitely public because I was friends with another VTuber. Those who have been in my community for a while may know the name Resd Nova. But there was a time where I was trying to befriend this VTuber. I saw a troubled person and thought, hey, maybe they just need a positive influence in their life. And maybe they're just getting a bad rap. It turns out, no, they weren't just getting a bad rap. They were a very aggressive person that constantly attacked others. And the whole reason I even met them was because they were falsely accused of dating a minor. So there was a lot of talking about it. I believe you can look up on my channel. I think you just got to search Hellcast and you'll pull up the video. Because I had like 3 or 4 people on stream to talk about that whole situation. And then after that conversation, I was like, yeah, I'm trying to be a supportive friend to this troubled individual. Maybe I can help them get back on the right track. And that was kind of what she had said to me too. Like, she wants to be a better person kind of thing, but she's only had negative influences in life. So I was like, okay, I'll take you at your word for that. You haven't burned me yet. We will see where things go. And like, I did the 3-strike rule kind of thing. Strike 1 being, hey, you already have this horrible reputation against you, and it's like, I'm kind of also putting my reputation on the line just associating with you, so that'll count as 1. The second strike she got was when she started outright harassing a VTuber on Twitter. That was fun to wake up to. Basically, this one VTuber had like 6 boyfriends because, you know, polyamory is a thing. And Nova was saying that that person was a cheater because she has 7 boyfriends. Because she didn't know that you can consent to letting your partner have other partners. It's called being an adult. Not that big of a deal. Anyways, she was claiming that this VTuber was cheating with no actual evidence about it. It was just she's making that claim because she heard about the 6 boyfriends. That's it. And like that led into a huge Twitter thingy. That was fun. By fun, I mean not fun at all. And then strike 3. So it turns out, you know how when I met her, she was being falsely accused of dating a minor? Yeah, well, this person started secretly dating that minor she was falsely accused of dating a few weeks after the fucking discourse drama died down. And then when I found out about it, I got sent a tweet that was like her essentially defending it or something. I can't exactly remember. I'd have to go look. But instead of just dropping her instantly, I took the tweet link. I messaged her, hey, what's this about? And she was defending the relationship with the 17-year-old. Age requirement for this? What do you mean? Age requirement is in my community. I can't really stop kids from watching my YouTube. But yeah, this person started defending this relationship with the 17-year-old when she's 27 and already dating somebody. So, like, she accused a different VTuber of being a cheater while cheating on her partner, essentially. Now, as far as I was aware, they didn't get up to anything sexual. However, it was the waiting, we're just going to keep it a secret until 18, and then we'll talk to tell people about it. That's just fucking predatory. It's disgusting. How bitchless do you have to be 2017 or 27-year-old and having to pick up 17-year-olds? That's super bitchless behavior. But yeah, when I found out she was defending that and like I did nothing wrong, I didn't do anything illegal, I was like, I'm done. Washed my hands of it, walked away. Oh, and then she tried to, bait me into responding to her, but I just never did. Claimed she was going to starve herself until I told her not to. I just ignored it. But yeah, I can understand situations where you turn your back on friends. However, I don't accept the idea that you should just automatically turn your back on a friend. If it's somebody you have regular communications with and like you like them, and then something comes out that, or something gets made public that you're like, oh, that's a really bad look, don't drop them immediately. Talk to them about it. And that's just where I am. Let's see, one more, I think. No, I have two more. What do you think about saving yourself for the one? I don't think there's really anything. Normalize talking to followers. Yeah, I talk to my followers. She's done that with me. Wait, who's done that with you? What? I'm so confused. No, I'm not talking about like talking to followers about rumors. I'm talking about like friends, like actual people you're friends with. You If you're friends with somebody and then you hear something bad about your friend, you should talk to your friend and like clarify, "Hey, what the hell is this all about?" Cuz there's so many people that will just fucking they hear a thing and then and then they just fucking drop the friendship and that's it. Yeah. Like when I've had my own Twitter call out, because it wasn't really a cancellation. A cancellation is when members of the community band together to ostracize someone from said community. And for me, I was just called out on Twitter and like I lost 20 followers on Twitter. But then like it ended up giving me like 40 subscribers on YouTube. So I think I won that. And like I saw some people had made like call out tweets, like quote tweeted, "Hey, at all these people, you're following Briley, she's a problem." Like fucking two people reached out to me. Outside of my Discord staff and moderation staff, two people reached out to me. That was it. And if they didn't reach out to me and like just kind of went along with it, I don't really give a shit if they blocked me or cut contact. Sucks, but I don't give that much of a shit. I got a life to live. Yeah, false rumors destroy lives and reputation. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, the next one. What do you think about saving yourself for the one? I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. Feel free to if you really feel the need. But my personal opinion, I don't think you should wait until marriage to have sex or honestly find the one. Because, like, if you want sex to be good, you got to be having it. You got to be practicing. Nobody's good right out the gate. And if you want to really wow the one, you got to know what you're doing. And for the first time in sex, like most things, you don't know what you're doing. Like, don't just watch porn to try and give yourself ideas of, oh yeah, I know what I'm doing in the bedroom. No. If anything, if you want to learn how to please a woman, you watch amateur lesbian porn. Cuz like they're not doing it for the money of it. They're doing it for the kink cuz it's hot. Like trust me, I know that's hot. But like they also actually do stuff that women like to feel. So you can learn some stuff from that, but ultimately you're not going to really know what works for you and your partner until you've started doing it. So yeah, have sex. Have safe sex. Use condoms if you're straight or actually no, stick with condoms until you fully trust the people. At least that's what I do. Cuz like I fire blanks. So the only reason I wear condoms is, you know, not to pass anything or not to get anything passed to me. Because as far as I'm aware, I'm clean. It's been a very hot minute since I've had a test, but it's actually been longer than I would have liked since I last hooked up. But I mean, nothing's burning, nothing's out of place down there. So what's the problem? What was else? What else was I gonna say? No, I think that's about it for saving yourself. Um, can if you want. There's nothing inherently wrong about it. I just don't think you should. Just because you want to be good. Okay, and now the final question that I decided was worth um discussing on stream. Sex, VRChat, you, me, from an anonymous question. Like just from that alone, it's an anonymous question. I have no idea who asked it. I don't know if they're over 18. That's an automatic no. However, if I do know the person, there's still going to be qualifiers. Like if I know they're 18 or over, or if I know they're over 18, personally they actually have to be older than the movie Shrek for me to want to fuck them. But in terms of like ERP, I don't really get any satisfaction out of that, to be honest. Is cool, but like engaging with it directly, not doesn't really get my mojo going. However, pictures and videos of said ERP, oh, that's hot. I like it. I'm surprised at how much I like VRChat pictures. But like I just don't care about randomly hooking up with people in VRChat for the sake of hooking up with people. I don't know, it's just me. Cuz like it's weird to do it or at least bring yourself closer to satisfaction if you don't have the right equipment. But yeah, I do not have that much interest in fucking in VRChat unless we're making some content for like Fansly. Then I very much am interested. Cause like I'm pretty sure you guys know, my regulars know that I've made Koikatsu lewds. And if you don't know what Koikatsu is, you're not enough of a degen. It is basically a hentai game with like a super good character customizer. I actually really like it. I come back in and hear Koikatsu. Yeah, good timing. It's like I summoned you. I'm just talking about my experiences and preferences regarding ERP, including in VRChat. And I'm all, yeah, I don't care about ERP in and of itself. Like I've done text based. I've done some in VRChat too. It's just okay. It's a thing. It's a thing I've done. That's pretty much it. It doesn't get my mojo going. I'm a very visual person. So like when I'm fuck it, when I'm gooning, I like that image. I like being able to insert myself into things, and if my model is literally in the thing, it's so easy to insert myself into it. Despite being weird how out of body it feels to engage in the moment. I don't know. It's not my cup of tea, but I will happily make content with it. Just don't expect to hook up with me randomly if you find me in VRChat. Because honestly, I'm not that hard to find. You can fucking. I'm gonna start hanging out in After Dark a lot more. It's pretty cool. Oh hey Jackal, how you doing? I forgot to do I forgot to do sound alerts and whatnot. Honestly, that basically wraps up 45 minutes for this section. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that kind of wraps up the first segment of Cupid's Arrow. So, for anybody that has future questions, would like to, I don't know, got any questions they would like answered by couples that, or people in relationships that come on a stream, please let me know. I can only do my best with the questions I can come up with. I'd mentioned something, but I could DM you that instead at this point. Yeah. Feel free. Because, like, yeah, this is a new segment, and we don't know where it's going to go. Anyways, thanks for watching. Catch you later. I'll put an actual fucking outro on the thing. Okay, that basically wraps up the stream. Wow, I'm going on 5 hours. I gotta charge my slimes. Right. I'm gonna copy link. And just in case anybody doesn't know where my telonym is, I'm gonna drop it in chat. My telonym doesn't have the underscore, but it's still the exact same as my usual usernames. Feel free to ask me stuff there. I will answer it immediately or reasonably soon when I actually do open up telonym. And then again, once the ones that catch my attention will be put on to the next segment. Right now, I'm kind of thinking it's going to be a weekly segment for Cupid's Arrow. We'll see. We'll see if I can think of more stuff to talk about. I mean, I guess I can go over Reddit. Yeah, I'm probably going to go over like Reddit dating advice for men kind of thing. And as well, I'm going to be, I don't know how soon I'm going to start reaching out to people, but at some point I will be reaching out to people to be like, hey, you're in a successful relationship and people are curious about those. What's your secrets? I'm willing to bet like all of them are going to say communication. It's like the big thing for me. Okay, I need to go smoke. It's been a while. It's been like a whole 5 hours. That's rough. thank you all for tuning in. I really miss chatting with you guys, with streaming. It's been too long since I've done it. I'm genuinely kind of glad to be back into politics. I think it's important to talk about. Anyways, have yourselves a good rest of your Sunday, whatever you're going to be getting up to. And remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe. Have a good night.